Chapter 88. Ming Shu Si Tianji recorded, in the 5th month of the 3rd year of Long Qing, the sky split in the northwest of Jiangzhou. Song Dynasty, Taiping Imperial Records 874 recorded, Tian sky split into 2 thunder-like sounds. It was when the king of Changsha was ordered by the emperor to reject Wang Ying, and the king of Hejin ordered the chaos. In the 8th month of the 2nd year of Tian, the sky split into 2 without clouds and thunder. Southern History, Liang Benji recorded, in the 1st month of the 2nd year of Liang Taiqing, the sky split in the northwest. It was 10 feet long and 20 feet wide. The light was like lightning, and the sound was like thunder. Tang Dynasty, Astronomical Records recorded, in the 12th month of the 13th year of Baoda, the sky split in the northeast. It was 12 feet long. Qing Dynasty, SX County Annals, Geographical Records, Fortune and Fortune recorded, in the 1st month of the 1st year of Jingda, the sky split in the north. The red light was 20 feet wide and 10 feet long. It disappeared in a flash. Qing Dynasty, Chongqing County Annals, Volume 14 recorded, in the 4th month of the 22nd year of Jiajing, the sky split in the night of the 2nd day. Li County Annals, complete. Fortune and Fortune recorded, on the 10th day of the 4th month of the 35th year of King Qianlong, the sky split in the 9th month. The yellow light shone brightly, and something as big as a bowl fell to the ground. Qing Dynasty, HD County Annals, Fortune and Fortune recorded, in the 6th year of Guangxu, on the 3rd day of the 2nd month, there was no disaster. The sound was like thunder, and the sky split in the southeast corner. The light was like lightning, more than 10 feet long, and it disappeared after a while. These were all records in official documents and official histories. They recorded a strange phenomenon, commonly known as the opening of the heavenly gate. In some folklore, the heavenly gate represented the southern heavenly gate of the heavenly court. When the heavenly gate was opened, some people who had achieved success in cultivation could ascend and become immortals. For some reason, as human society progressed, the number of times the heavenly gate was opened became less and less. Therefore, there were almost no relevant reports. If one wanted to understand, they could only find it in various history books. If one had to explain it from a scientific point of view, the opening of the heavenly gate was more like a projection due to the changes in the Earth's magnetic field. It might be more complicated than a mirage, but it was still just an illusion projection. But if one explained it this way, there would be a problem. If the heavenly gate was a projection, where was the actual body? Chen Shi took Nianyan around Shangjing City for 3 days. Every time he came to a crowded place, Chen Shi would deliberately stop and carefully scan every face that came and went. Although Chen Shi had lost his divine sense, his 5 senses were still far superior to ordinary people, so even if it was just a face-to-face encounter, he could still accurately remember the appearance of that person. While Chen Shi was strolling around Shangjing with the little fellow in his arms, trying his luck. Su Wei, on the other hand, used a method similar to hunger marketing to inflate the price of the pills higher and higher. Because Ning Zhongguo's first batch of medicinal pills paved the way, the 10 patients who had already taken the medicinal pills and whose physical condition had improved greatly all spread the news. Under the effect of 1 to 10, 10 to 100, the news instantly spread to the ears of the rich and powerful all over the country. Everyone began to inquire about the origin of this medicinal pill. 50 years of age is not considered a natural lifespan. The living conditions of modern people are getting better and better, and their lifespans are getting longer and longer, so many people are still in good health even if they are 50 years old. However, some middle-aged and elderly people with weaker physiques will gradually suffer from various diseases because of the decline of their immune function. Only people who have been tortured by illness will know how strong it is to be able to live optimistically while being tortured by pain every day. Although Su Wei was a business tycoon, he was not proficient in marketing. Su Wei first looked for Chen Shi to buy medicine mainly because he was in the pharmaceutical industry, so he was so sensitive to medicinal pills and went straight to the door. But he didn't expect that after the first 10 medicinal pills of Ning Zhongguo were fermenting and brewing, when the news that he still had 10 pills in his hands spread, the entire Zhonghai went crazy. The more the news spread, the more amazing it became. So much so that several big shots in Shangjing personally called him when they heard the news, and Su Wei had to reluctantly give away 3 pills. This was modern society. Technological progress has constantly improved efficiency, and the rhythm of life is 10,000 times faster than in the Ming dynasty. How long would it take for a secret that was not a secret to spread throughout the country? Su Wei now had a deep understanding of this. This was King wonderful experience that was both painful and delightful. Chen Shi's medicinal pills were not omnipotent, but when one of the patients with terminal cancer took it, this medicine became popular. Although the illness was not cured, at least it was temporarily under control and would not continue to worsen. At the same time, it also significantly improved the patient's mental condition. What's more, this medicine really had a certain effect. It was completely enough to make people go crazy. As a result, the simplified version of the Peiyuan Dan that Chen Shi casually refined was actually crowned with a resounding name by others. Defying the heavens and changing fate, the king of hell is worried. Su Wei and Ning Zhongguo were 2 different types of people. But after all, he was also a successful businessman, so just by relying on his own businessman's intuition, he inadvertently took away the plate that Ning Zhongguo painstakingly set up. Su Wei originally thought that this medicine could only be sold for 30 to 50 million, but it was not until now that he truly understood the value of this medicinal pill. Su Wei didn't know whether Ning Zhongguo was angry or not. But he was angry now. It was 2:00 in the morning, but 2 strangers broke into his house. The appearance of these 2 people could be accurately described with one word. Short and vigorous. They were not tall, about 1.7 meters, and their skin was a little brown because of long-term sun exposure. When they opened their mouths, they spoke a language that Su Wei had never heard before. Can you 2 change to a language that I can understand? Su Wei sat on the sofa in a bathrobe. He raised his hands high and spoke carefully while secretly looking at the bodyguard who was lying on the ground at the door. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Give us the medicinal pill. Hearing this, one of them spoke awkwardly in Mandarin while strangling Su Wei's neck. He completely put on a posture that said he would kill him if he didn't give it to him. What medicine? Su Wei still wanted to play dumb, but as soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. Because these 2 people obviously came prepared. When they heard that he was playing dumb, they immediately punched his lower abdomen. Bang! After that punch, Su Wei almost fainted because of the pain. The man pretended to hit him again, and Su Wei repeatedly begged for mercy. Stop. Stop hitting me. I'll tell you the truth. I've already sold all the medicinal pills. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wei's lower abdomen was heavily punched again. And after this punch, Su Wei immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Wait, Su Wei was nearly 50 years old. Wine, women, avarice, and temper had already destroyed his body, and he was reluctant to eat the precious medicinal pill, so after taking 2 punches, Su Wei obviously couldn't bear it. Chapter 89. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Chen Shi made a mistake. He didn't realize how important the pills he gave out would be in the eyes of ordinary people. The 2 men who broke into the Su family's house were actually Nanyang people. The one who caught Su Wei was called Bassoon, and the other was called Enchanting. Nanyang's environment was different from Huaxia's. Because of the existence of the Golden Triangle, its complicated geography, diverse ethnic groups, and various intertwined interests, it was almost a hotbed of evil. It wasn't that they couldn't destroy it, but every time they wanted to, someone would obstruct them. Su Wei was a famous business tycoon in Zhonghai, so he more or less knew some secrets. For example, the International Wu Lian. The International Wu Lian's existence not only suppressed the martial arts world of Huaxia, but also played a protective role. So when these 2 Nanyang people swaggered into his house, Su Wei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. National Day was just a few days away, and the 90th anniversary military parade was about to begin. It was also the time for Huaxia to officially display its national strength. At such a critical moment, people from the Nanyang martial arts world actually broke into his house. It had to be said that they were really skilled and daring. His life was in the hands of others. Su Wei wasn't stupid. If he still had the pills, he would have handed them over immediately. But unfortunately, he didn't have any left. Therefore, after careful consideration, Su Wei decided to divert the trouble. But the person he diverted, not Qin Shi, but Ning Zhonghua. It was now 2 in the morning. As soon as the sun rose, someone would naturally notice something strange in his house and call the police. Once the police and the Wu Yan noticed, these 2 Nanyang people would definitely not be able to escape. Even a cornered beast would put up a fight, let alone 2 people. Just in case, Su Wei decided to bring these 2 people to Ning Zhonggua's house first. This way, when they took hostages and prepared to escape, they wouldn't kidnap his family. It had to be said that Su Wei's calculations were very good. When the 2 Nanyang people heard that he was willing to tell them the source of the pills, they immediately took Su Wei and drove to Jin City. Before they left, they tied Su Wei's bodyguards and nannies together with ropes. Perhaps they didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so they didn't kill anyone. This also made Su Wei feel a lot more relieved. 3:00 in the morning. Jin City Villa. Ning Zhonghua was violently thrown off the bed and woke up. When he woke up, apart from seeing the 2 Nanyang people, he also saw Su Wei, who looked somewhat dispirited. When Bassoon ferociously asked about the whereabouts of the pills, Ning Zhonghua immediately guessed the cause and effect. However, he was much smarter than Su Wei. Therefore, Ning Zhonghua did not hesitate and immediately shouted, "I bought the pills, I can take you to the cellar." Su Wei clearly didn't want to expose Qin Shi and was afraid of offending Qin Shi, so he simply pushed him out to be the sucker. But Ning Zhonghua was not stupid. In just a few blinks of an eye, Ning Zhonghua understood that Su Wei must have used up all the pills. Otherwise, with his status, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing like risking his life for money. Since they didn't have any more pills, then in this world, there was only one person who had them. To be honest, if it wasn't for the urgent situation, Ning Zhonghua would definitely not betray Qin Shi. Unfortunately, there was no other way. He was a fish on the chopping board. His own life was the most important thing. Unfortunately, Qin Shi was now in Shangjing, so Ning Zhonghua could only silently pray that Qin Shi still had some pills in his house. The 2 Nanyang people were obviously confused by these 2 old foxes. Thus, they immediately began to communicate with each other. During this time, Bassoon's eyes were filled with ferocity, but he was stopped by Enchanting in time. They seemed to know that this trip couldn't be delayed for too long. Therefore, Bassoon calmed down very quickly. After kicking Su Wei and Ning Zhonghua in anger, he grabbed the 2 old foxes and walked out of the bedroom. When Ning Zhonghua passed by the living room, he saw Ning Chiodong, who was tied to a chair and groaning. Thus, he quietly gave her a look, telling her not to be afraid. Then, Ning Zhonghua drove the 2 Nanyang people and Su Wei to Kangju District. 4 a.m. in the morning. Kangju District, Block 5, Unit 1, Room 302. A group of people stood outside the iron gate. The dim corridor light allowed Bassoon to see the note on the iron gate. Gone on a long trip. There was a series of numbers at the end. He might have recognized these few simple Chinese characters, so he immediately tore off the piece of paper in a fit of anger. "Are you guys messing with me?" Because of the language barrier, he had nowhere to vent his anger. So when he awkwardly spat out a few inarticulate words, he immediately grabbed Ning Zhonghua by the neck and lifted him up with his right hand. Enchanting was obviously more reserved than Bassoon. When he saw that Bassoon was about to kill someone, he immediately grabbed Bassoon's arm and shook his head at him. Then, Enchanting stood in front of the iron gate and gently covered the keyhole with his palm. Click, a light sound was heard. The door was opened by him just like that. Enchanting broke in. When Bassoon saw this, he snorted loudly and put Ning Zhonghua down. Then, he pushed Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei into the house. After Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei entered the house, they stood aside obediently. Meanwhile, the 2 Nanyang people started to rummage through the cabinets. At the same time that Bassoon tore the note. Shangjing, Pear Garden. In a pitch-black room, Chen Shi, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately after, a sudden burst of intense murderous aura scared the big cat, who was sleeping, to the point that it jumped up in fright. Because he always had an unrealistic fantasy in his heart, Chen Shi had never set up a restriction in his house. He had always been looking forward to the day when Yingying would come back. However, he didn't expect that it wouldn't be Yingying who would come, but a thief. Chen Shi silently sensed the commotion from afar. When Bassoon tore the note from the fridge and the bedside table, he completely exploded. Chen Shi cast a meditation incantation on the little girl with a solemn expression. Then, he wrapped the little girl in a blanket and carried her to the courtyard. When the big cat saw that the situation wasn't right, it immediately jumped into Chen Shi's arms. Then, it stuck out its butt and tried its best to squeeze into the little girl's blanket. It poked its head out and looked around. It didn't know what Chen Shi was up to in the middle of the night. Just as it was feeling confused, Chen Shi let out a loud snort. Then, he carried them and soared into the sky. There was no sense of weightlessness or the sound of wind. The big cat peeked its head out and immediately started to meow in shock. The brightly lit city of Shangjing became smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, it gradually disappeared from its sight. Chen Shi was really enraged. Chapter 90. Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei stood in the living room as they helplessly watched Bassoon and Enchanting rummaging through Chen Shi's house. This was the first time they stepped into Chen Shi's house, but they didn't expect to enter in this way. The two of them looked at each other at the same time. Su Wei's eyes were a little helpless. Ning Zhonghua's eyes were filled with anger. It clearly had nothing to do with him, but this time, it was all because of Su Wei, that old bastard. Ning Zhonghua had a rough understanding of Chen Shi's personality. He usually looked like an easygoing person, but this kind of person usually had a fixed bottom line. As long as the bottom line wasn't touched, then everything could be discussed. But once someone touched the bottom line, this kind of person would be even more terrifying than a madman. Especially when this madman had some unimaginable abilities. Chen Shi's house wasn't big and didn't have any valuable furnishings. Some of the furniture in the house were even antiques that had been used for several years. Auntie Zhang's room had already been vacated, so the two Nanyang people focused on the master bedroom. Because it was 4:00 in the morning, they were afraid of waking up the neighbors, so they tried to control their movements to avoid making too much noise. The bed was turned over, no. The closet was turned over, no. The fridge was turned over, no. Thieves weren't as picky as the owner. They opened the drawers and threw things out crazily. Their destructive power was definitely far greater than a husky's. Ning Zhonghua looked at the messy room in front of him and frowned. At this point, he could only pray that the two Nanyang people could find the pill. As for Chen Shi's reaction. To be honest, Ning Zhonghua didn't dare to think that way, but he didn't have to think about it. Because Chen Shi arrived. Chen Shi walked into the room without warning and appeared in front of Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei. The two tycoons of the business world were stunned, then they did the same thing at the same time. Which was, they rubbed their eyes with their hands. Perhaps because they were too confident in their abilities, Bassoon and Enchanting didn't tie them up. When Ning Zhonghua finished rubbing his eyes and saw Chen Shi standing in front of him, he was so excited that he couldn't even speak properly. Mr. Chen. You're back. Chen Shi looked at his love nest expressionlessly. This was his and Yingying's love nest. But now, his love nest was destroyed like this. It was a very complicated feeling. It was as if the last piece of pure land that one cherished the most in one's heart had been used as a public toilet, and one could casually defecate and urinate on it. Ning Zhonghua carefully looked at Chen Shi's face. Even when Xiao Tong told him to get lost, he didn't have this expression's face. All of a sudden, Ning Zhonghua felt that his entire body was covered with a cold sensation. It was as if a bone-piercing cold wind had suddenly blown over, so cold that goosebumps appeared all over his body. Chen Shi acted like he didn't hear Ning Zhonghua's words. However, Bassoon and Enchanting, who were looking for pills in the master bedroom, heard it. They immediately stopped what they were doing, got up, and walked out of the bedroom. Bassoon was stunned when he came out, because he just realized that there was a strange young man in the room. The young man was hugging a blanket. There was a little girl sleeping soundly under the blanket, and a cat poking its head out. It was a very strange combination. Enchanting walked out of the room while Bassoon was in a daze. However, when he saw the young man, his reaction was completely different from Bassoon's. Without any hesitation, Enchanting's muscles tensed up. He was short in stature, but his muscles were as strong as a small mountain. He looked particularly fierce. There was a murderous aura. Strike first and gain the upper hand. As a result, Enchanting bent his legs and his whole body suddenly shot out like a cannonball, fiercely charging towards Chen Shi. Ning Zhonghua saw this and immediately warned nervously, "Mr. Chen, be careful. He might be." Unfortunately, Enchanting's movements were faster than Ning Zhonghua's mouth. Before Ning Zhonghua could finish, Enchanting was already in front of Chen Shi. However, what happened next made Ning Zhonghua's jaw drop. Enchanting was about 1 or 2 meters away from Chen Shi when his body suddenly stopped moving. Then, he fell to the ground for no reason. If one had to describe it, Enchanting looked like he had crashed into tempered glass. Ning Zhonghua was standing next to Chen Shi, so he saw the whole process clearly. So much so that he dared to pat his chest and guarantee that Chen Shi absolutely did not do anything. It was Enchanting who suddenly fell down inexplicably. After witnessing Enchanting's sudden collapse, Bassoon couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, he quickly came back to his senses. Something was wrong. Bassoon let out a roar and charged at Chen Shi. His movements were fast, and his momentum was even fiercer than Enchanting's. However, he left as quickly as he came. Chen Shi waved his sleeves and Bassoon flew backward at an even faster speed. After sending Bassoon flying, Chen Shi seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly raised her hand to stop him. Bassoon, who was about to hit the wall, suddenly stopped in mid-air in an extremely strange posture that didn't conform to the laws of physics. Then, Chen Shi pressed his palm down. Bassoon's body flew back and heavily smashed into Enchanting's body. Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei were stunned. Both of them were over 100 years old. They had never seen such a strange scene. Su Wei was paralyzed on the spot. His legs gave way and he fell to the ground as if he had no bones. Ning Zhonghua's reaction was much better than Su Wei's. Perhaps it was because Ning Zhonghua had gone through the incident with the spirits that he could still muster up the courage to speak. Mr. Chen, however, Chen Shi acted as if he did not hear it at all. After putting down the 2 daring thieves, he hugged his blanket and sat on the sofa. Then, he looked at the big cat expressionlessly and asked, "Do cats eat meat too?" Hearing this, the big cat immediately meowed meekly. As it barked, it glanced at the 2 people on the ground with a look of disdain. Its appetite was now very picky. Whatever the little guy ate, it would eat. It was so arrogant. All right. Drag them out first. Drag them far away and don't let anyone discover them. Meow. The big cat let out an unhappy cry before reluctantly crawling out of the blanket. Then, its body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye under Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei's terrified gazes. Duh. Monster. He watched as the kitten in front of him suddenly turned into a pure black adult leopard. This time, even Ning Zhonghua was scared stiff. This book will be published on November 1st. If nothing goes wrong, it will be published on January 1st. When I published the book, it was 1 chapter a day. When it was recommended, it changed to 2 chapters a day. Now, it's 200,000 words, so it'll be around 250,000 words by January 1st, 250,000 words. This was Chidian's normal standard, okay? Don't compare me to those fantasy leveling up novels. I'll write 1 chapter for each level, and 2 or 3 chapters for each battle. I can't compare, anyway. I'll try my best to write because your urging is a form of recognition. I'll try my best. From now on, I won't play games anymore. Chapter 91. Demon. When Ning Zhonghua saw the big cat turn from a kitten into an adult leopard, he finally broke down. Chen Shi's living room wasn't very big to begin with, and the two people lying on the ground took up a lot of space. When the big cat turned back to its original form, its huge body would probably touch Ning Zhonghua even if it turned around. In fact, it wasn't that big before, but because it had eaten too many energy cultivation pills recently, and because it had finally mastered the Great Wilderness physical conditioning technique, its body size had increased by a third. Ning Zhonghua leaned against the wall, paralyzed. Because he was too scared, all the strength in his legs disappeared. This caused him to slowly slide to the ground, and his mouth unconsciously muttered the word demon. The big cat didn't seem to like being called a demon, so it immediately turned around and slowly moved its head closer to Ning Zhonghua. Perhaps it was because its body had grown larger, its vertical pupils looked particularly terrifying now. A cat's eyes were different from a human's. A small light source could cause their eyes to emit light, so the big cat's eyes constantly reflected a faint green light under the light. However, it was this pair of eyes that the little guy called emeralds that scared Ning Zhonghua so much that he was about to go crazy. Don't come over. He didn't look like a business tycoon anymore, he looked like a drowning person, crazily waving his legs and waving his hands. Even if he had to crawl away from the big cat. The big cat probably wanted to tease him, so it suddenly grinned, revealing its mouth full of sharp teeth. Just as Big Cat was slowly walking towards Ning Zhonghua with a grin on its face, Chen Shi finally spoke. That's enough, Big Cat, don't scare him anymore. What are you doing? Hurry up and do your work, it'll be troublesome if someone sees you in the morning. Hearing this, the big cat shook its head unhappily, then turned around and bit Ong's leg, dragging him outside. Chen Shi's words were like music to Ning Zhonghua's ears, and he immediately came back to his senses. Yes, Mr. Chen was still here. This cat or leopard? Anyway, it was Mr. Chen's pet, so it definitely wouldn't hurt him. After thinking through this point, Ning Zhonghua finally managed to calm down his mind. Then, he sat on the ground a little dejectedly, and looked at Chen Shi with a very complicated gaze. The room was a little quiet, except for the rustling sound of the big cat dragging people away. Chen Shi hugged the blanket, and looked at the little guys with his head, and finally calmed down. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch the little guy's cheeks, then suddenly asked, "Tell me, what happened today?" When Ning Zhonghua heard his question, he immediately got up from the ground, slightly bowed, and answered nervously, "Mr. Chen, it's like this." What he saw and heard today had completely shattered Ning Zhonghua's understanding of Chen Shi. Before, he only thought of Chen Shi as a hidden expert. But now, he completely thought of Chen Shi as a god. Ning Zhonghua knew Chen Shi's character, and knew that he didn't care about these things. However, Ning Zhonghua's words and expression revealed a kind of sincere respect from the bottom of his heart. Su Wei originally thought that Ning Zhonghua would say something bad about him at this time, but he didn't expect Ning Zhonghua to casually avoid it. Instead, he said that the two of them couldn't resist, so they had to bring the two Nanyang people here. Ning Zhonghua was very smart, so he didn't try to avoid it at all. He honestly confessed everything, then stood by the side with his hands by his side, quietly waiting for Chen Shi to deal with him. After listening to Ning Zhonghua's explanation, Chen Shi thought for a while, then frowned and asked, "So, everything that happened today was caused by those pills?" Su Wei wasn't familiar with Chen Shi, so he didn't dare to answer. He could only look at Ning Zhonghua. However, after hearing Chen Shi's question, Ning Zhonghua didn't answer. Instead, he lowered his head even more. The room was quiet again. However, Su Wei was so nervous that he was sweating. He didn't know how long he waited. Chen Shi finally sighed and said, "Forget it, you guys helped me a lot." Hearing this, Su Wei was overjoyed. The joy of surviving a calamity caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. However, Ning Zhonghua didn't show any signs of happiness. Because she hadn't finished speaking yet. I won't vent my anger on you guys, but I want to know, how are you going to deal with the aftermath? Here's the main point. Therefore, Ning Zhonghua immediately replied respectfully, we will immediately release the news and announce to the public that the expert who refined the divine pill has passed away. As for your existence, I can guarantee that no one will know about it in the future. She nodded and said impatiently, that's it then, you can go back. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The two thanked him and quickly walked out of the room. Just as they walked downstairs, they faintly heard the sound of a cat in the distance. Immediately after, there was a rustling sound in the garden. Ning Zhonghua took a closer look and realized that the cats in the yard had appeared out of nowhere and were running in the direction of the sound. These cats were very fast, and there were no street lights here, so they couldn't see very clearly. They could only vaguely see countless black shadows flashing by. Su Wei didn't dare to move. He was a little scared. However, at this time, Ning Zhonghua grabbed him and ran outside. Let's go, it's too creepy here. The two ran out of Kongju community and stood under the street lights. Then, they looked back at the dark community with lingering fear. The experience of this night was too creepy. However, it was also because of the various strange methods that she showed that night that made Ning Zhonghua feel very regretful. If he had known that she had this kind of ability, he would never have brought the two Nanyang people here. Originally, his relationship with she was very good. However, because of what happened today, Ning Zhonghua clearly felt that she's attitude towards him had changed a little. They were lucky that he didn't kill them. After getting into the car, Ning Zhonghua thought about it carefully, then turned to look at Su Wei and said seriously, Old Su, I can write off what happened in the past, but from now on, the two of us will have to work together. Su Wei was stunned. However, immediately after, he understood what Ning Zhonghua meant. Therefore, Su Wei gritted his teeth and said seriously to Ning Zhonghua, let's write off what happened, I'll work with you. The annoying guys were all gone. She gently put the little guy on the sofa, then got up and began to clean up the room. Fortunately, the two Nanyang people were probably worried that they would wake up the neighbors if they made too much noise. Therefore, although the house was a little messy, the things were not damaged. Chapter 92. She quietly cleaned up the house. There were all kinds of receipts in the drawer under the TV. Receipts for electricity, water, and gas were thrown all over the floor by the two bastards. There were a lot of receipts, some of which even began to turn yellow. She picked up one of them and looked at it. He found that the payment date was 6 years ago. At that time, he hadn't left yet. Humans were nostalgic creatures. So even if these receipts were meaningless, she still picked them up one by one, folded them, and put them back in the drawer. In fact, there was nothing valuable in his house. The only thing that was valuable was she's memory. The master bedroom was even more messy. The clothes in the closet were thrown everywhere. She picked up the clothes one by one and hung them up. In this pile of colorful clothes, except for his old clothes, there was only the little guy's clothes. As for Ying's clothes, there was not a single one. After tidying up the closet, she remade the bed on the floor. Then, he moved the bedside table that was moved aside by basin back to its original position. When she was tidying up the bedside table, he suddenly froze. Because he saw the receipt. Tiffany Company, returned a Tiffany series. It means to never forget one's original intention. Cost, 1,450 yuan. That was when he secretly bought it for Ying on Valentine's Day. She still remembered Ying's expression when she received the necklace. After all, 1,450 yuan was enough for him to live on for 2 months. It was a speechless and happy expression. It was sweet. But although Ying was very happy at the time, she repeatedly asked him not to buy such expensive gifts in the future. So from then on, he didn't buy any expensive gifts anymore. While recalling the past, she picked up the box that was originally used to store the necklace from the bedside table. The box was empty. After thinking for a while, he put the receipt in and closed the drawer reluctantly. His house had almost been raided. When the two bastards were rummaging through the house, they also kicked up a lot of dust. Therefore, after Chin-shi tidied up the room, he took a broom and a mop and carefully cleaned every room. Then, he gently carried the little girl from the sofa to the bed. The blanket that covered the little guy was still from the hotel, but now it was obviously unceremoniously taken over by him. The big cat went out to work for a long time. Around dawn, it finally came back in through the window. At this time, the big cat had already shrunk to the size of a kitten. Therefore, as soon as it got home, it wanted to crawl into the little girl's bed. However, just as the big cat jumped onto the bed, Chin-shi suddenly kicked it back down. "Go take a shower." Meow. Hearing this, the big cat meowed angrily. But there was no other way. In this family, Nian was the boss, Chin-shi was the second, and it was the third. Therefore, after hearing Chin-shi's words, it had to shrug its head and reluctantly ran to the bathroom. This guy was so smart that it could even play with a touchscreen phone, let alone take a shower by itself. Therefore, after a while, there was the sound of running water in the bathroom. The next day, because of the effect of the meditation spell, the little guy slept very soundly. It was not until the sun shone on her but that she slowly woke up. The sunlight was so dazzling that she could not open her eyes, so after rubbing her eyes, she squinted her eyes, raised her small hands, and stretched her big body. "Papa. Papa." Calling Papa was always the first thing the little guy did when she woke up. Chin-shi came over with an iron spoon. After pinching her little face, he said with a smile, "Papa is cooking porridge for you. Wait a moment, it will be right away." After that, Chin-shi ran into the kitchen again like a gust of wind. The porridge was inseparable from the fire. Only by adding water and rice could the porridge be achieved in one go. Chin-shi's cooking skills were now comparable to that of a hotel chef, so he also paid a lot of attention when cooking. He kept stirring with a spoon until the porridge in the casserole became a little crispy. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Then, he turned off the fire, put down the iron spoon, ran back to the bedroom, and walked to the bathroom with the little guy in his arms. "How was it? Did you sleep well last night?" "Yes, I slept so much." The little guy rubbed her eyes again, yawned, and then stood on the ground obediently, waiting for Chin-shi to wash her face. Chin-shi took the towel and was about to wipe her face. The little guy suddenly came to her senses. She was stunned for a moment, and then she ran out of the bathroom. Running to the living room, the little guy stared blankly at everything familiar in front of her. After Chin-shi covered her face with a hot towel, she pouted and asked, "Papa, why are we at home?" "Oh, something happened at home yesterday, so Papa brought you back." "Are we still going to play at the Great Wall?" After washing her face, the little guy's face was red and very cute. So, Chin-shi kissed her on the face, and then asked with a smile, "Do you still want to see the Great Wall?" "If you want to go, Papa will take you." The little guy pouted and thought for a while. Suddenly, she giggled. "I'm not going, I want to watch cartoons." After that, she shrank her body, got out of Chin-shi's arms, and then trotted to turn on the TV. She had been wandering around in Shangjing for a few days, so she didn't watch many cartoons. Compared with cartoons, the Great Wall was obviously less attractive. Big cat, big cat. "Come on, let's watch cartoons." After turning on the TV, the little guy stood on the sofa and jumped, chirping non-stop. Seeing this, Chin-shi smiled and didn't care about her. There were many ways parents could educate their children. Chin-shi chose the most relaxed, non-controlling education method. This kind of education method had advantages and disadvantages. On the positive side, it could let the child's personality develop freely, fully show the child's nature, and open up the limitations of thinking. On the negative side, it was easy for the child to lose self-control, lack of self-control, and lack of sense of responsibility. There were advantages and disadvantages to each education method, but the one that really played a decisive role was obviously the image that parents imperceptibly established in their children's daily lives. That was also the benchmark for the child's future growth. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to sons that know how to dig holes. Learning to guide the right way, not to control too much, was what every parent should do. After serving the little guy breakfast, Chin-Shi cleaned up the kitchen and watched cartoons with her. But after looking at it for a while, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Fong Mintai. "Hello? Mr. Fong? Mr. Chen, good news. Great news. We finally found a useful clue." As soon as the call was connected, Fong Mintai's voice came through. Looking at his attitude, he was probably even more excited than Chin-Shi. After Chin-Shi heard his words, the first reaction in his mind was, sure enough, money was omnipotent. This chapter's background music, Winter's Secret by Zhou Chuanxiong. Because it didn't match, it wasn't played. Chapter 93. Fong Mintai's voice was very exaggerated. He seemed to be very excited. However, after thinking about it for a moment, it was actually possible to understand why he was so excited. A clue was worth 1,000,000, but it only took him 3 days to find the first clue. 1,000,000 in 3 days. 330,000 in a day. 14,000 in an hour. Up to 230 yuan in a second. In Fong Mintai's entire life, he had never accepted such a lucrative business deal. This was almost like robbing a bank. However, everything was based on the authenticity of the information. Therefore, when Chin-Shi picked up the phone, he immediately began to talk. "We followed the information you provided and investigated from Zhonghai University all the way to Beijing. After 2 days of searching day and night, we still couldn't find any information about Qin Ruoying." Speaking of this, Fong Mintai deliberately paused and then bragged, "Originally, this project was at a dead end, but at such a critical moment, I had a flash of inspiration and thought of another entry point." Chin-Shi held the phone and waited for a while. Fong Mintai paused again. At this time, Chin-Shi's curiosity was completely aroused by him. Seeing that he wanted to keep him in suspense, he immediately couldn't help but scold him, "Cut the crap, get to the point." Yes, boss, you're right," Fong Mintai laughed a few times. After a light cough, he looked at the information in his hand and continued, "Since we can't find Qin Ruoying, why should we focus on her? Therefore, I changed my train of thought and shifted my focus away from Qin Ruoying and placed it on someone else." At this point, Chin-Shi seemed to have figured out what he found. Therefore, he couldn't wait to ask, "Did you find Aunt Zhang's information?" "Yes, Aunt Zhang is actually the most critical breakthrough of this project. According to the information you provided, we took her photo and searched all the way. Finally, I found a clue that had been dusty for a long time in the database of an employment agency." Hey, where did the information go?" "Wait a minute, I'll find it for you." Speaking of this, Fong Mintai's occupational disease acted up again. He pretended to dawdle for a long time and deliberately made a rummaging sound. He was unwilling to take out the document, which made Chin-Shi's heart itch. "Hey, where did you go?" "I remember I put it here." Fong Mintai continued to mutter on the other end of the phone. Chin-Shi waited for a while before he suddenly reacted. This guy was playing the fool and asking for money. Hence, Chin-Shi immediately frowned and scolded angrily, "Hurry up and tell me. I'll give you 1,000,000 for each clue, and I won't give you a single cent." "Ah, I found it. So it's here. Thank you, boss." Fong Mintai smiled proudly. Seeing that Chin-Shi was about to fly into a rage, he quickly reported, "Aunt Zhang's original name was Zhang Chuanju. She's 56 years old now. 20 years ago, she worked at Shangjing's Rainbow Employment Agency. Because the employer was unwilling to sign a contract with the agency only took the intermediary fee and didn't sign the contract on her behalf. Her labor contract was signed directly with the employer, and it was a 10-year contract. The copy of the contract is with me now." Hearing this, Chin-Shi couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He had been hiding under the light all this time. Yingying's information wasn't easy to find, but Aunt Zhang's information was easy to find. Because she had promised Yingying, Aunt Zhang had been unwilling to tell him anything about Yingying's family. She respected her a lot. Seeing that she was unwilling to talk about it, she didn't continue to ask, let alone force her to talk. So much so that she didn't even think of investigating Aunt Zhang and finding clues about Yingying from her. Feng Mintai was indeed an expert in this field. In just 3 days, he actually managed to find some useful clues. Therefore, she immediately asked, their previous address should be on the contract, right? Where is it? There should be. Please wait a moment, I'll read it to you right away. After saying that, Feng Mintai coughed lightly again, and then dilly-dallied on the other end of the line. Who knew what he was doing? Obviously, his old habit was acting up again. She was so angry that his eyelids twitched. He gritted his teeth and warned him word by word, read. Here. Me. Listen. If Feng Mintai was in front of him now, she really couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't strangle him to death. Okay, boss, I'll read it to you now. Listen carefully. Party A, Qin Yongyan, Party B, Zhang Chuanju. According to the Contract Law of the People's Republic of Huaxia and other relevant laws and regulations, Party A and Party B, based on the principle of equality and voluntariness, have reached the following agreement regarding the provision of nanny services by Party B for Party A. Feng Mintai read the contract from the beginning to the end. However, when she heard the first sentence, he was stunned for a moment, and then muttered to himself, Qin Yongyan? It should be a man. Yingying was only a few years old at that time. Aunt Zhang must have taken care of her, so the man who signed the contract with Aunt Zhang, maybe he was Yingying's father? Father-in-law? This was a serious matter, so she immediately engraved this name in his mind. This contract is made in triplicate. Party A, Party B, and the guarantor each hold 1 copy. It will take effect from the date of signing. Party A's signature, Qin Yongyan. Party B's signature, Zhang Chuanju. Boss, I've finished reading. Hey, there's no address on this contract. Feng Mintai didn't pretend to be crazy this time. When he found that there was no address on the contract, he immediately became nervous. The reason why he dilly-dallied just now was that he was afraid that she would think that this matter was too easy and wouldn't be willing to pay a sky-high price of 1 million for a clue. Feng Mintai could become the largest private detective studio in Shangjing. At the very least, he still had professional ethics. So when he found that there was no address on the contract, he immediately panicked. Are you kidding me? How can there be a clue without an address? This was 20 years ago. Even if he found the person in charge of the employment agency, he probably couldn't remember the address at that time. After all this time, it was a waste of effort. She was completely enraged by him. When he was about to lose his temper, Feng Mintai's joyful voice came from the other end of the phone again. Boss. I found it. There's an address. It's in the additional terms. Read it for me. Dongming Alley, Shihai Sihiyuan. F***CK, this place is full of Sihiyuan. Any one of them would cost 100 million. You send someone to confirm the address now. I'll be there soon. Speaking of this, she suddenly thought of something. After looking down at the little fellow in his arms, he quickly changed his mind and said, No, I'm in Zhonghai now. I'll buy the next flight. Wait for me there. Okay, boss, I'll arrange for someone to go there first. After hanging up the phone, before she could speak, the little fellow had already pouted and asked, Papa, where are we going? Are we going to take a plane again? I don't want to take a plane. I want to watch cartoons. In her mind, wherever she wanted to go, she would naturally follow. But now that she had only watched half of the cartoons, of course, she didn't want to go anywhere. She pinched her little face and said with a smile, Daddy will take you to Mommy's hometown, okay? Mommy's hometown? The little fellow looked at she with her big eyes, as if she didn't understand what he meant. After being stunned for a moment, She suddenly jumped up excitedly and shouted excitedly, "Okay. Papa, take me there. Take me there. I want to see Mommy. Every day, they say that I'm missing chapters. Every chapter, they say that I'm missing chapters. Does it mean that the plot is very tight? I didn't make any mistakes. Right. Right." Chapter 94. There were 6 seas in Shangjing City. The first 3 seas were Beihai and Zhonghai. Beihai was open to the public as a park. However, Zhonghai and Nanhai had armed police standing guard, strictly prohibiting tourists from entering because they were collectively known as Zhonghai. The last 3 seas were Qianhai, Hohai, and Shihai, collectively known as Shikahai. Although it was called a sea, it was actually just a few lakes. The reason why it was called a sea was actually a continuation of the Yuan dynasty's name. Mgz lived in the highlands, and water sources were extremely scarce. After the capital was built in Shangjing, in order to show the preciousness of the water sources in the capital, they used the sea to describe the pools. To put it bluntly, they had never seen a real sea. The Shihai at the top of Shikahai was also called the Jishui Pool. There was a saying that there would be no Yuandu without the Jishui Pool. Without the Yuandu, there would be no Shangjing city structure today. The Jishui Pool was the end of the Jinghang Grand Canal. It was once the main port of Shangjing city's transportation, and it was also the Royal Elephant Pool. Since the Yuan dynasty, elephants from Siam and Myanmar were used as transportation tools and palace guards of honor. On the days of summer, trainers would lead elephants to the Jishui Pool to bathe, so it was also called the Elephant Pool. Today, Shangjing had become a first-tier city in the world. However, the original folk culture was still preserved here. The traditional folk architecture with the characteristics of the old city was in sharp contrast to the high-rise buildings outside the Third Ring Road. Dongming Alley was located next to the Shihai. Opening the door, one could see the Shikahai not far away. In summer, the waves were as flat as a mirror, the weeping willows were swaying, and the lotus flowers were in full bloom. In winter, the Shikahai would become a natural skating rink. The scenery was beautiful and the scenery was beautiful. If one had to describe it more intuitively, one could only mention the housing price. The housing price here, 250,000 yuan per square meter. Chen Shi walked into Dongming Alley with the little fellow in his arms. Although the little fellow had played in Shangjing for a few days, Chen Shi had taken her to some major scenic spots. When had she ever been to such an old street with a very folk flavor? So when she saw the rows of high walls and courtyards, she immediately felt very novel and chattered non-stop. Feng Mintai walked in front to lead the way. The alley was not deep. After walking for a few hundred meters, he stopped and pointed at the big house next to him. With a flattering smile on his face, he said, "Boss, this is the one. Wide and bright door, it's a big house." The so-called Sihiyuan was a courtyard with a house in each direction, surrounding the courtyard in the middle. Because there was only one door in the courtyard, the style of the door was very particular, so one could tell the identity of the family just by looking at the door. There were 6 main types of gates: Guangliang Gate, Golden Pillar Gate, Barbarian Gate, Ruyi Gate, Narrow Gate, and Walled Gate. Guangliang Gate, also known as Guangliang Gate, was a gate used by officials of a certain rank. The size of the Guangliang Gate was larger than the houses of ordinary families. Therefore, it was very prominent among the houses along the street. Chen Shi hesitated in front of the gate. However, when he carefully observed his surroundings, he was shocked. His heart slowly sank. The lock on the knocker showed that no one was at home, otherwise such a door would have been locked from the inside with a wooden bolt. Most importantly, he didn't hear any movement in the courtyard at all. Phew, Chen Shi let out a long breath of turbid air, and then carried the little fellow directly to the gate. Although he knew that there was no one in the house, he still gently held the door knocker and knocked. Bang, 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 with every knock, Chen Shi's heart would beat with it. However, after knocking for a while, there was still no movement behind the door. Chen Shi had no choice but to gently touch the iron lock on the door knocker and use his vital essence to open the iron lock. After putting the iron lock in a corner, Chin-shi carried the little fellow with one hand and pushed the door open with the other. Perhaps because she knew that this was her mother's hometown, the little fellow's little face was very tense, and her hands were tightly wrapped around Chin-shi's neck. The door opened. The first thing that came into view was a screen wall. The screen wall was very ordinary, but there was a big, Chin, character engraved in the middle. Chin family. This was a two-door sihiyuan. The gate of the house was in the southeast corner, and after entering the gate, there was the front yard. There was a gate in the middle of the front yard, also known as the Chuehua Gate. The Chuehua Gate was the boundary between the front yard and the inner yard. The front yard was used to receive guests, and outsiders were generally not allowed to enter the inner yard at will. As the saying went, if you don't go out of the main gate, you won't go out of the second gate. The second gate here referred to the Chuehua Gate. Since he had already broken in, Chin-shi naturally wouldn't be polite, so he carried the child and walked to the inner yard. After passing through the Chuehua Gate, Chin-shi saw 2 locust trees planted on the left and right sides of the inner yard. It was autumn in October, and the 2 locust trees were luxuriant with branches and leaves, opening a good place for the owner to enjoy the cool in the yard. The sun was very warm after 5:00 in the afternoon, and the yard was full of golden light, which made people feel comfortable. The yard was very clean, and there were not many fallen leaves on the ground. It didn't look like it had been empty for a long time. Chin-shi carried the little fellow through the yard and stood directly outside the door of the main room. This was not a bedroom, but the main hall of the sihiyuan, which was equivalent to the current living room. Chin-shi gently pushed the door and entered. The first thing he saw was a large red sandalwood table with carved dragons, and 2 rows of chairs were placed in front of the table. There were a total of 8 chairs, 4 on each side. There was a couplet hanging above the table. It was not appropriate to call it a couplet, because what was written on it was clearly a poem. The heavenly gate is broken, and the Chu River opens, and the blue water flows to the east. It was from Li Bai's Looking at the Heavenly Gate Mountain. Chin-shi carefully patrolled around the room, and Feng Mintai also jumped in. Like a bootlicker with a mustache, he followed behind Chin-shi and looked around. "Boss, who are you looking for? The furnishings in this house look extraordinary. It must have been a rich family in the past." Chin-shi didn't pay attention to him. Instead, she carefully patrolled around the room. When he walked to the large red sandalwood table, Chin-shi suddenly froze. There was a necklace on the table. It was the one he gave to Ying. Chin-shi held the little fellow in his right hand, and gently picked up the necklace from the table with his left hand. He carefully rubbed the pendant of the necklace. At this time, the little fellow suddenly reached out and grabbed the other end of the necklace, and then looked up and asked, "Papa, what is this?" "This is Mom's necklace. I gave it to her." Hearing this, the little fellow pouted and thought for a moment. Then, she pulled the necklace from Chin-shi's hand and hid it in her arms like a treasure. "Mama's is mine. I want this." "Well, it's yours from now on. Come on, Dad will put it on for you." Chin-shi gently put the little fellow on the ground, and then took the necklace from her hand. The little fellow looked up happily, as happy as when the kindergarten teacher put the little red flower on her. Chin-shi squatted on the ground, ready to put the necklace on her. At this time, the little fellow saw the strange look on Chin-shi's face. Chapter 95. In the main hall. The father and daughter looked at each other in front of the large red sandalwood table. Chin-shi squatted down and was about to put the necklace on her, but the little fellow looked at Chin-shi blankly. Suddenly, with a frightened expression, she said timidly, "Papa, don't cry. I don't want it. I don't want the necklace." The little fellow reached out her small hand and wiped away Chin-shi's tears. Then she threw herself into Chin-shi's arms. She hugged Chin-shi tightly and murmured, "I don't want Mommy's necklace." "Papa, don't cry." As she spoke, the little fellow suddenly burst into tears. "Papa, I don't want the necklace. Don't cry. I don't want the necklace." She looked very aggrieved. Chin-shi, on the other hand, was stunned by her sudden emotional outburst. When he saw the necklace just now, he naturally thought of something in the past. Seeing the necklace reminded him of her, so he couldn't help crying. But he didn't expect that he would scare the child because of this. Sin. It was like children in kindergarten fighting for things. He guessed that the little fellow saw her father crying and thought that her father didn't want to give her the necklace. But because he loved her so much, he had to give it to her. She felt that she had embarrassed her father, so she was wrong. That was why she burst into tears all of a sudden. It had to be said that the child's imagination was really big. She quickly held the little fellow in his arms and comforted her quickly. Papa didn't cry. Papa didn't cry. Nyan, good girl. Don't cry. Mommy's necklace is yours. Come on, Papa will put it on for you. After that, she gently helped the little fellow up. After she stood up, he quickly put the necklace on her neck. How is it? Does it look good? An adult's necklace was put on a child's neck. The length of the necklace almost reached her small belly. The little fellow didn't speak and was still sobbing. Seeing this, she hurriedly wiped her tears, then grabbed the pendant on the necklace and handed it to the little fellow. He comforted her softly. Nyan, look, do you like this pendant? If you don't like it, I'll buy you another one you like. What do you think? Hearing this, the little fellow sniffled and took the pendant with grievance. She held the pendant in her hand and pouted. I like this necklace. I don't want to buy new ones. All right. As long as you like it, this necklace will be yours from now on, all right? All right. After a few words of consolation, the little fellow finally nodded. Seeing this, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly pulled the little fellow to his side, and then stood up with her in his arms. How scary. Just a moment of carelessness and I actually made the child cry. The child's cries came and went quickly. She held the little fellow in his arms and teased her a few times. Then, her tears turned into laughter. She held the pendant in her hand and kept playing with it. It seemed that she really liked this necklace. After she saw that she didn't have any problems, he turned to look at Feng Mintai who was outside the house. What kind of person was Feng Mintai? As soon as the little fellow started crying, he sneaked out of the courtyard, giving she enough space for parent-child interaction. After she carried the little fellow out of the main hall, Feng Mintai was still pretending to study the leaves under his feet in the courtyard. Boss Feng, you can go back first. I'll transfer the 1 million to your card first. Don't worry, if I wait for the person I want to see, I'll transfer the remaining 9 million immediately. Oh, okay. Thank you, boss. After hearing Shi's words, Feng Mintai immediately jumped as if he had been electrocuted. After thinking for a while, he licked his face and bowed slightly with a smile. Boss, you came in a hurry. Do you need me to arrange a room for you? No need. You go do your thing. I'll stay here. Ah. Feng Mintai was stunned and asked with some surprise, you'll stay here? After saying that, he pointed in the direction of the main hall. Hearing this, Shi immediately asked, why, can't I? Yes, of course. As long as you like, you can stay anywhere. Feng Mintai rubbed his hands and laughed a few times. Shi didn't want to talk to him anymore, so he walked directly into the main hall and wanted to see the inner room. Seeing this, Feng Mintai hesitated for a while before reluctantly walking to the front yard. Shi said that he wanted to stay here, not because he was thick-skinned and wanted to occupy the place without being invited. He actually just wanted to see Ying as soon as possible. Instead of sending someone to squat outside all day, it was better to move here directly. It was obvious that this courtyard house had been cleaned not long ago. It was probably locked because the owner had something to do far away. In that case, as long as he lived here, he would definitely meet the person who cleaned. It didn't matter who that person was, even if it was Qin Yongyan. Shi wanted to ask him righteously. Where did Ying go? At the same time that the father and daughter stepped into the Qin residence. The woman in the yellow dress named Lin Qing also received a video. It was a video from the surveillance camera. The bottom left corner showed the time. The location of the surveillance video was at the entrance of Dongming Alley. There were 2 people in the surveillance video. Because the video was shot from above, she couldn't see the person's face. Seeing this, she suddenly sneered as if she was mocking him. She softly laughed and said, "Ha, that's fast." While laughing, she clicked on the video. The video wasn't long. After the 2 people walked out of the camera's range, the video ended. It was about 10 seconds from start to finish. Dongming Alley was filled with old houses, so only the entrance of the alley had such a surveillance camera. However, when she finished watching the video, the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. The woman in the yellow dress looked gloomy and clicked on the replay. After watching it carefully again, she quickly turned off the video and dialed a number. "Old Meng, who else has seen this video?" "Only me. I just saw it and sent it to you. Delete it immediately. Don't let anyone else see it." "Oh, okay." After hanging up the phone, the woman in the yellow dress face turned green and then white. Finally, it all turned into a look of anger. She seemed to be very angry. However, after hesitating for a while, she clicked on the video again. When the video was halfway through, she quickly paused it and then zoomed in to watch it carefully. In the video, the man's back was facing the camera. The child in his arms was so excited that she raised her head and faced the camera. Because of this, the surveillance camera captured the front of her face. Bang! The more the woman in the yellow dress looked, the angrier she became. In a fit of anger, she lost her composure and threw the phone to the ground. The phone fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. She stared at the broken pieces on the ground in a daze. Suddenly, she covered her face with her hands, lowered her head and muttered to herself, "Sister, are you crazy? What did you do all those years?" No one answered her question. After a long time, when she put her hands down again, there was only coldness left on her face. A precaution. Chapter 96. October 1st, National Day. 9:00 in the morning. The sky on this day was impeccably blue and intoxicatingly beautiful. She moved a table from the main hall to the courtyard, then went to the west wing to move the TV to the window, facing the inner courtyard. Because he didn't buy any groceries, he bought breakfast from a snack stall outside. Porridge, steamed buns, and 2 or 3 side dishes. It was a very ordinary breakfast. The little girl didn't eat steamed buns, so she had to buy her 2 bean paste buns. After she turned on the TV, the little girl sat on a small stool, watching TV while holding a bean paste bun. Maybe it was because the taste of the bean paste bun was very ordinary. Moreover, she was spoiled by Shi's cooking skills, so after a few bites, she started to pick at it. After licking the bean paste bun, the little girl decisively threw the rest of the dough to the big cat. The big cat stuck its head out and bit the bean paste bun thrown by the little girl. Because there was still some bean paste on it, it also ate the part that was stained with bean paste first. But after all, it was the little girl's leftovers, so the big cat only licked the bean paste twice before it was gone, so it had to chew the white flour. But after chewing 2 mouthfuls of the white flour, he spat it out just like the little one. Seeing this, she could only shake his head and sigh. The child's appetite had been raised by him. Maybe it was because she was tired of eating bean paste. The little girl licked her lips. Today, she didn't wait for Shi to serve her and took the initiative to hold the bowl and eat the porridge. This 2-part courtyard house was very large. The area was at least 400 square meters. There were 17 rooms, not to mention the 2 courtyards in the front yard and the inner courtyard. Because of the spirit cultivation pill, the little girl's eyesight was very good. Even sitting in the middle of the courtyard, she could clearly see the TV screen in the window of the west wing. However, perhaps because it was too far away, the volume of the TV wasn't very high. After eating her fill, she moved a small stool and sat on the steps outside the west wing. She raised her small head and looked at the TV above her. She almost stuck her small face to it. The military parade had not officially started yet. It was time for the guests from various countries to enter. When the little fellow went out to buy breakfast with Chin-shi in the morning, she heard others talking about today's military parade. Although she didn't know what a military parade was, her interest was still aroused. So when she saw the live broadcast on TV, she was a little excited. As Chin-shi tidied up, he looked at her silly expression and couldn't help but laugh. After cleaning up the garbage on the table, Chin-shi moved a recliner to sit under the steps and then called the little fellow over. Hearing this, the little guy immediately jumped into Chin-shi's arms. She giggled as she rubbed against Chin-shi's chest a few times. Then, she turned over and laid in his arms to watch TV. The National Day Military Parade was not held every year. The last one was in 2009. After many years, the National Day Military Parade was finally held again, so the people in Shangjing were very excited. In the old alleys and on the streets, they gathered in groups of 3 or 5. One of them was holding a mobile phone ready to watch the live broadcast, and a few people behind him were chatting. Some impatient people had already climbed to the roof, ready to see the fighter jets that would fly over their heads later. Because of the importance of the military parade, martial law had been implemented around Tiananmen Square as early as a day ago. All the schools and units near Chang'an Street had to be closed. All the office buildings on Chang'an Street had to be closed. The curtains on the side of the hotel facing Chang'an Street must be drawn. During the ceremony, they must not be opened without permission. In addition, some residents living near Tiananmen Square would also be evacuated. The government would pay for them to live in hotels, and the army would check the safety of each building one by one to ensure that nothing would happen during the military parade. Tickets would be given out during the military parade, but not everyone could get them. The audience had to go through strict political screening to get the tickets. Ordinary people could not get close to the scene at all, let alone go to Tiananmen Square to see it up close. This also made some of the people in Shangjing very unhappy. The military parade was at their doorstep. Although they could not see the soldiers marching, they could at least see the planes in the sky. So with this mentality, many people went out. With Tiananmen Square as the center, martial law was implemented within a 5-kilometer radius. Shangjing was quiet on this day. The streets were very deserted, and the empty streets were free for pedestrians to pass through. Although there was only one street that was controlled, there were almost no pedestrians or vehicles in the second ring road. It could be said that the streets were empty. What about the people? They were all along Chang'an Street, a few kilometers away from Tiananmen Square. Even if they could only see the parade vehicles passing by from a distance across the street, they would feel very satisfied. After all, watching it on TV and seeing it with their own eyes were two completely different experiences. 9:59 a.m. Everyone stood up. Salutes were fired. The national anthem was played. The national flag was raised. 70 salutes roared. It shocked the whole city. The little fellow was shocked and immediately looked up at the sky. The courtyard house was like a well. She sat in the well and looked up to see only a square of blue sky and white clouds. Then, in every corner of Huaxia, on the land of 9.6 million square kilometers, the prelude of the March of the Volunteer Army sounded at the same time. Papa. It's time to sing. We have to stand up. It was probably because the kindergarten teacher had taught her that when the national anthem sounded, the little fellow jumped out of Chen-shi's arms. She jumped and tried hard to pull Chen-shi up. Seeing this, Chen-shi could only pinch her little face and stand up from the rocking chair very cooperatively. The father and daughter faced the TV and stood side by side. The little fellow watched TV and imitated the movements on TV. She tried hard to raise her little hand in front of her forehead. Her hands were crooked and not straight, but her little face was very tense, and she had a serious look on her face. "Get up, people who don't want to be slaves," she sang a sentence sweetly. After singing it, she found that Chen-shi next to her had no reaction. So she immediately patted Chen-shi's thigh, pursed her mouth, and said unhappily, "Papa. You have to sing too." The teacher said that we should sing the national anthem when we raise the flag. Seeing her expression, Chin-shi knew that she was going to lose her temper. He quickly stood at attention, raised his right hand to his forehead, and then quickly said, "Dad was wrong. Come on, let's sing together." After his delay, more than half of the national anthem had been sung, so Chin-shi had to immediately sing, "Get up, get up, get up." Hearing this, the little fellow immediately jumped up happily, clapped her hands and sang, "We are of one heart, braving the enemy's gunfire, forward, forward, forward." After singing, she threw herself on Chin-shi's lap, held Chin-shi's leg, and giggled. Chin-shi sat back in the chair with her in his arms and listened to the explanation on TV. For a moment, there was a rather emotional look on his face. The 70th anniversary of the victory of the War of Resistance was in Beijing. The 90th anniversary of the founding of the army was in MG. Chapter 97. When the marching music sounded, the long-awaited military parade finally began. When a group of soldiers slowly appeared in front of the camera, the little fellow finally saw what she liked to see. So, she jumped out of Chin-shi's arms again. She ran to the steps of the West Wing, raised her head and stuck out her chest, waved her arms and kicked her legs, trying to imitate the handsome appearance of soldiers. The little fellow's little face was tense, and she wanted to pretend to be serious. But her cute little appearance still made Chin-shi laugh. There were only the father and daughter in the big yard, but it didn't seem empty at all, because it was full of their laughter. The little fellow was playing happily, but at this time, Chin-shi's phone rang. He took out his mobile phone and found that it was not a call, but a video call from Aunt Zhang. Seeing this, Chin-shi immediately connected the video call, and then waved to the little fellow. "Hey, you little brat, don't you know how to send a text message to me during the festival? Do you have to let me take the initiative to greet you?" As soon as the video call was connected, Chin-shi was about to greet Aunt Zhang, but what greeted him was Aunt Zhang's teasing. Seeing this, Chin-shi immediately raised his hands and surrendered. He quickly pointed the camera at the little fellow and used her as a shield. "Grandma. Grandma. I miss you so much." As soon as the little fellow saw that it was Aunt Zhang on the other side of the video, she immediately waved her little hand wildly at the camera. Looking at her excited and happy appearance, Aunt Zhang really fell into the trap. Therefore, she didn't have time to complain about Chin-shi anymore. Instead, she smiled and said, "Io, my good granddaughter, Grandma misses you too. When are you going to let Dad bring you to Rome City to play again?" Hearing this, the little fellow immediately turned to look at Chin-shi and asked, "Papa, when are we going to see Grandma? I miss Grandma." After hearing their conversation, Chin-shi couldn't help laughing. How long had it been since they came back from Chengdu? Aunt Zhang was still blaming him for wasting money last time, but he didn't expect that she would take the initiative to let them go this time. It seemed that Aunt Zhang couldn't leave the little fellow. Thinking of this, Chin-shi held the little fellow in his arms and said to her, "Come, Nian, let me say a few words to Grandma." The little fellow nodded obediently, and Chin-shi pointed the camera at himself. After greeting Auntie Zhang, he said mysteriously, "Auntie Zhang, take a look." "Where is this?" While talking, Chin-shi slowly turned the camera. After slowly scanning the courtyard with the camera, he turned the camera back to himself. "Hey, this is Sai Courtyard? Have you found Ying?" Auntie Zhang had lived in this place for 10 years, so she was very familiar with it. Therefore, she immediately asked excitedly, "Where's Ying?" "Let me see that girl." Chin-shi shook his head helplessly and sighed. "We haven't seen her yet. Maybe it was a bad time. When we came, there was no one at home, so I just brought Nian here and planned to wait for her here." "You haven't seen her?" After hearing this, Aunt Zhang couldn't help but change her expression. In fact, she really hoped that Chin-shi could find Ying. After all, she had been with Chin-shi for a while, and she recognized Chin-shi very much. She didn't tell Chin-shi where Ying's house was because she wasn't familiar with Chin-shi and wasn't sure what kind of person he was. On the other hand, she promised Ying that she wouldn't tell Chin-shi. She didn't reveal any information, but Chin-shi still found her, so she couldn't be blamed. Therefore, Aunt Zhang's first reaction was to be happy for them. However, she didn't expect Chen Shi to still not see Yingying. Where did that child go? Was she still angry with Mr. Qin? Aunt Zhang was lost in her thoughts as she thought about it. Chen Shi waited for a while, but Aunt Zhang didn't say anything. After hesitating for a while, he asked carefully, "Aunt Zhang, do you know Qin Yongyan?" Huh? Aunt Zhang was stunned. She didn't seem to hear him clearly. Seeing this, Chen Shi could only raise his voice and ask again, "I mean, you know Qin Yongyan, right?" "Of course I know him. Mr. Qin is Yingying's father." Hearing this, Chen Shi was a little excited. Just as he was about to say something, Aunt Zhang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She asked with a complicated expression, "Yingying hasn't told you about her family, right?" "No. Every time I asked, she was a little unhappy, so I didn't dare to ask too much." Sigh, so that's how it is. Hearing this, Aunt Zhang immediately let out a long sigh, then slowly sighed and said, "Since you've already found her house, then I'll tell you, okay?" Hearing Auntie Zhang's words, Chen Shi immediately sat up in excitement. Aunt Zhang was finally willing to tell him about Yingying's family. How could he not be excited? When Auntie Zhang saw his reaction, she smiled in relief. After thinking for a while, she slowly spoke. "I remember the first time I met Yingying, she was only 8 years old. She's actually quite pitiful. Her mother passed away early, so Mr. Qin asked me to take care of her. As for me, I've been a nanny for 10 whole years, not counting this little one." Aunt Zhang smiled and pointed at the little one in Chen Shi's arms. Then, she continued, "Yingying is different from other children. She's been very sensible and independent since she was young. She doesn't cry, throw tantrums, or cling to people. I basically only need to cook for her every day. I don't have to worry about her life too much. Mr. Qin is also quite an easygoing person, so this nanny job is quite easy and enjoyable. Unfortunately, good times don't last long." When Yingying was 13, Mr. Qin was transferred to work abroad, so he couldn't be with her every day. Think about it, a 13-year-old girl who lost her mother when she was young and her father wasn't by her side every day. How pitiful is that? At that time, I often asked her why she didn't live abroad with Mr. Qin. Speaking of which, that girl was also strange. She would rather be separated from her father than go abroad. She always said that it was better here, but she didn't want to leave. There were only 3 of us in this house. Mr. Qin didn't lack money and didn't rent out the more than 10 empty rooms. So when he was transferred, the house became much quieter. In the years after that, it was just the 2 of us living in the compound you're living in now. Mr. Qin would only come back during the holidays, and every time, he would come and go in a hurry. In a flash, 10 years have passed. I watched Yingying go to primary school, middle school, and high school. I was even the one who attended the parent-teacher conference for her. When she graduated from high school, Mr. Qin was finally transferred back to China. At that time, my mission was completed, so I planned to go back to Chengdu. You don't know, but on the day I left, that girl insisted on sending me to the airport. She cried so hard. I've lived with her for so many years, but I've never seen her cry like that. Sigh. At this point, Aunt Zhang's eyes also turned red. She couldn't help but cry. She was still writing at 3 in the morning, Happy Christmas Eve. Chapter 98. Perhaps it was because she was reminded of the days she spent with Yingying, but Aunt Zhang couldn't help but cry. From when Yingying was 8 years old to when she was 18. Aunt Zhang took care of her for 10 whole years. How many decades did one have in life? 4 years in college, 2 years after graduation, and then Chen Shi's disappearance and her pregnancy. In a flash, another 10 years had passed. How many decades did one have left in life? Chen Shi had long noticed that something was wrong with Aunt Zhang's mood, so before Aunt Zhang cried, he coaxed the little girl to watch TV. The little girl couldn't bear to see others cry. If she saw her grandmother crying, she would probably cry immediately. Chen Shi held the phone and didn't speak. After a long while, after Aunt Zhang's emotions gradually calmed down, Chen Shi asked, "Aunt Zhang, does Yingying have any relatives?" "Yes, she seems to have quite a lot of relatives, but they're not in Shangjing. I have to go home during the holidays, so I haven't seen her relatives much." "Does she have any siblings?" "There should be a few. I've seen Yingying's younger sister, who is her second uncle's daughter. She only came once. But that girl isn't close to Yingying. When she came, she was cold to Yingying, as if someone owed her money. I don't like that girl." "Younger sister? What's her name?" "I'm not familiar with that girl, and it's been more than 10 years. How can I remember?" "Okay," Chen Shi nodded helplessly. He wanted to ask more about Yingying, but at this time, Aunt Zhang's granddaughter suddenly cried. Chen Shi had no choice but to reluctantly say goodbye to Aunt Zhang. Shangjing was in the north. Therefore, after the National Day, the weather would gradually turn cold, and the temperature difference between day and night would increase. The father and daughter naturally occupied this mansion, with a market value of hundreds of millions. Every afternoon after dinner, Chen Shi would take the little girl to stroll around Shikahai. Gradually, many neighbors got to know them. It had been a long time since anyone had lived in this courtyard house. Therefore, in the beginning, some of the neighbors who still remembered Aunt Zhang and Yingying would always look at Chen Shi and his daughter suspiciously. As long as they did anything unusual, they would not hesitate to call the police. Let the outsiders see that other than the CY district in Shangjing, there was also the XC district. However, the little fellow didn't care about the strange gazes of others at all. Every time someone asked, more or less trying to test whether they were old deadbeats who had taken over someone else's house, she would proudly puff out her chest and say loudly, "This is my mommy's house. Therefore, this is my home." At this time, people would ask, "Where's your mother?" This was a very complicated question. Therefore, every time she heard this question, she would always be like a frosted eggplant, weakly stammering, "My mama went abroad and hasn't returned yet." This was what Chen Shi had told her. Her father wouldn't lie to her, so as long as they stayed here, her mother would definitely come back. She really wanted to see her mother, just like how Chen Shi also wanted to see Yingying. However, as time passed day by day, Chen Shi's heart sank day by day. Every day, Feng Mintai would pretend to pay a visit to him. Although he said it was a visit, he was actually worried that Chen Shi had already found the person he wanted, so he would renege on the debt and not pay. A clue was worth 1 million, but if Chen Shi found the person he wanted to see in this house, then the 1 million would become 10 million. After all, he was the one who found the clue to this house. However, with his punctual visits every day, Feng Mintai gradually realized that the 10 million might not be so easy to earn. Helplessly, the project was restarted. This time, they focused on Qin Yongyan. This was the only clue that could be developed again. In the purple world, the wisps of smoke stopped cold, and the rain passed through the clouds. Envied the peach leaves, the curved sill in front of the window, the swallow's nest, and the willow's vermilion door. Looking back at the first year, the misty hair fluttered in the wind, and the delicate spring. In the welcome place, only the youthful beauty was affectionate, and the jade pendant was attentive. Who knew that at this moment, the ecstasy? Vaguely smiling in front of people. Remembering the slender palm, it really became a dream. The resentment and memory of the flower should be a double literature. Carrying the mood of wine, teaching the beauty poetry, regretting in vain that the romantic has wronged people. Who should go, waiting to send the hatred, the two places equally. On October 10th, the first snow fell in the Mentugum mountain area. However, it could not be considered the first snow in Shangjing. The so-called first snow was strictly regulated. Only when more than 10 of the 20 man-made stations in Shangjing observed the phenomenon of snow, or when all 5 stations in the city, Chaoyang, Haidian, Fengtai, Shijingshan, and Observatory, observed the phenomenon of snow, or when 3 or more of the 5 stations in the city observed the phenomenon of snow, and at least one station had snowfall. Only when the snow was 0. 1 millimeter could it be considered the first snow. Winter was getting closer and closer, and the locust trees in the courtyard finally lost all their leaves. They held up the graceful branches of the withered trees as if they were welcoming the coming winter. The little fellow went out less and less often. There was only one thing she liked now, and that was to hide in the warm room with the electric heater, wrapped in a quilt, and watch TV with the big cat. Shangjing was dry and cold, and Zhonghai was wet and cold. Although the temperature in Zhonghai was higher in winter, it was windy and humid. The most important thing was that there was no heating. The house in the Kangju district did not even have air conditioning, let alone heating, so the little fellow had always been afraid of winter. She did not expect that after coming to Shangjing, the electric heater in the courtyard house would make her fall in love with this winter. She stood in the courtyard in a daze for longer and longer. His temper was also getting worse and worse. Of course, for the little fellow, she still doted on her as usual. But for anyone other than the little fellow, she could only laugh. Including the big cat. Although she did not scare it much, the big cat now took the initiative to avoid she when it saw him. Unless the little fellow held it, it did not dare to get within 5 meters of she. Even big cat received this kind of treatment, not to mention the incomparably treacherous Feng Mintai. However, Feng Mintai was also a master of changing the rudder according to the wind. Since the last time he was kicked out of the courtyard by Shi, every time he came back, he would not cross the Chuehua gate again. This was because he had a vague feeling that something was about to happen. If he provoked Shi again, his life might be in danger. Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei did not dare to call Shi now. Although the influence of the energy cultivation pill had declined to the lowest point under their joint efforts. But some fires were easy to light. It was difficult to destroy them. So after a lot of hesitation and consideration, Ning Zhonghua had to summon up the courage to carefully call Shi. However, Shi only responded with one word. Get out. After hanging up the phone, Ning Zhonghua looked at Su Wei helplessly. Su Wei was a little confused. That was a boss above the ministerial level. Would Mr. Chen refuse? Ning Zhonghua shook his head and did not speak. Su Wei was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks, wishing that he was the one who called just now. Ning Zhonghua patted him on the shoulder silently, motioned for him to calm down, and then walked to the window. After exhaling deeply, he could not help but sigh. A storm is coming. Wind building, it was getting colder and colder. November 21st. The little fellow received the biggest gift besides her father. New snow. When she woke up that night, Shangjing City had completely changed. The first snow of this year came earlier than before. When the little girl crawled out of Nuanyuan's bed, she found that the courtyard had completely changed. It was like being painted with white paint, and the whole courtyard was dyed white. Wrapped in silver, it was exceptionally enchanting. She put on her small cotton-padded jacket and did not wait for Shi to wash her face. She had already rushed out of the room and ran to the courtyard, shouting crazily. Chapter 99. When it snows, Shangjing becomes Beiping. When we go to Hohai to see the snow, we return to the Ming and Qing dynasties. This was what the poet Yin Lichuan wrote on her blog after she went to Hohai 1 year after the snow. The plain words were enough to move many people. That year, the snow in Shangjing was very thick. As far as the eye could see, the roads and roofs were flat, which also covered a lot of the modern atmosphere. Especially in Hohai, there were very few things that were obviously modern, and there were many old houses. The heavy snow covered all the hustle and bustle of modern society. Standing in the snow, it was enough to make people feel like they were in the Ming and Qing dynasties. Shangjing was covered with snow, and the palaces were all silver. This year's first snow had been falling for an exceptionally long time. Since last night, the snowflakes had not stopped falling. It was estimated that this year would also be a year of heavy snow. It rarely snowed in Zhonghai. Poor southern children, who had lived so long, had never even seen snow. The heavy snow completely ignited the little girl's childish nature. If it wasn't for the fact that the snow wasn't too thick, she would have been rolling around on the ground. The reason why the little girl was so excited was that she had never seen snow. Johns Hopkins University. The Johns Hopkins researchers at the Johns Hopkins University published a recent research report in the journal Science that when children are faced with novel and unexpected things, they will learn more than when they are faced with ordinary things, and it will make them smarter. If it was an ordinary parent, they might have already grabbed her back to wash up, eat, and do what they should do. But Chin-Shi didn't. He put the towel back in the basin, then went to the steps outside the west wing, quietly watching the little girl squatting on the ground and trying to rub a snowball. At the bottom of the steps, the snow had condensed into ice. The little girl scraped up the snow layer by layer, then put it in her hands and rubbed it into a ball. The snow was not too thick, so she rubbed it very slowly. And she didn't wear gloves. When she finally rubbed out an egg-sized snowball, her pink fingers were already red from the cold. Papa. Snowball. Snowball. The little girl ran to Chin-Shi with the snowball as if it were a treasure, as if she didn't notice that the snowball was so cold that her hands hurt. Chin-Shi squatted down and gently stroked her little face that was flushed with excitement. He said softly, "Be good, throw it away. We'll wash up and eat breakfast after you throw it out. Then Daddy will make a snowman with you, okay?" "Okay." The little guy nodded heavily. Then, he turned around and raised his hand to the back of his head. Then, he threw it out with great force. Seeing the snowballs scattered all over the ground, the little fellow immediately clapped her hands happily. Chin-Shi gently held her hand and asked with concern, "Are you cold?" "Not cold." It was so cold that his bones hurt, but the little guy still laughed and shook his head. Chin-Shi didn't point it out. After wrapping her little hand in his true essence, he picked her up and said, "Let's go. Daddy will take you to wash your face, eat, and make a snowman. Make a snowman. Make a snowman." With the temptation of a snowman, the little girl immediately followed Chin-Shi to wash up. After breakfast, before Chin-Shi cleared the table, she couldn't wait to take Chin-Shi to the yard. There was not much snow on the ground, so Chin-Shi slowly raised his hands in the little girl's slightly excited cry. A gust of wind suddenly blew in the small yard. That year, the first snow in Shangjing was particularly heavy. At the entrance of Dongming Alley, a Spencer slowly came to a stop. From the outside, this car was somewhat similar to a Jinbei car, except that it had a Mercedes-Benz logo. There was only one woman sitting in the big car. She was holding a glass of red wine and shaking it slightly. After the car stopped, the woman lifted the curtain and looked inside. After confirming that she had arrived at the station, she lowered the partition between the car and the driver's seat, and then asked, "Old Meng, when did they live here?" "It should be September 29th. You told me not to get close to here, so I'm not very sure about the specific time." "September 29th? The woman gently put the wine glass on the table in front of her, and then laughed softly. She seemed to be talking to herself, and said softly, "Today is November 21st. Do they really think of this as their own home?" After that, she opened the door and got out of the car. The woman was very tall, and she was wearing a Canada coat. Goose beige coat and a pair of black Balenciaga boots. Looking at her dress, she looked like a model who came to the old street for a photo shoot. It was still snowing, and the stalls on the old street were not open today. After all, it was better to stay at home in this cold weather. The bluestone road of the old street was covered with snow, and the sound of the woman's footsteps echoed in the empty alley. A few minutes later, the woman came to the door of the courtyard. She didn't hesitate and directly pushed the door open. Chin-Shi and the little girl were squatting in the middle of the yard, making a snowman. He had already noticed the movement in the alley, so he stopped what he was doing. Therefore, when the woman pushed the door open and entered, Chin-Shi also stood up. One was in front of the screen wall in the southeast corner, and the other was in the middle of the yard in front of the main hall. The two of them glanced at each other. However, the tall courtyard wall blocked their view. She stood still. The little girl was busy adding bricks and tiles to the snowman, so she didn't notice She's strange behavior. The woman moved. Tap, 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 her heels stepped on the stone floor, making a crisp sound. Every time the sound rang, it was like a morning bell, beating She's chest fiercely. He stared blankly at the drooping flower gate that separated the inner and outer courtyards. The woman walked steadily, and soon crossed the front yard and came to the drooping flower gate. And at this moment, she also saw her face clearly. She wasn't Ying. An indescribable feeling immediately surged in She's heart. He stared blankly as the woman walked straight towards him. The little girl squatted on the ground, holding a ball of snow with both hands, and was about to slap it on the snowman. The woman was getting closer and closer, and her footsteps finally startled the little girl. The little girl turned her head and glanced at the woman who suddenly appeared. Then, she suddenly grinned, as if she was very happy, and asked sweetly, "Sister, do you want to make a snowman with us?" The woman didn't speak. The little girl waited for a while. Seeing that she did not speak, he no longer paid attention to her and continued to build his own snowman, huffing and puffing. The woman silently looked at the little girl squatting on the ground. After a long while, she suddenly asked, "What's her name?" Her voice sounded very cold. Just like today's weather, although the sun was bright, there were still snowflakes floating. She was stunned for a moment, then solemnly replied, "Chen Mian." "What about you?" "Chen Shi." "Chen Shi?" After softly repeating this name, the woman finally shifted her gaze from the little girl to Chen Shi. "My name is Qin Shueching. Asterisk 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 Thank you brother, Xia Zhongyu, for the 20,000 reward. I have to apologize to you here. It's not that I don't want to add more, it's because I really can't write that much. It's not that I'm not working hard, I've really done my best. I've been racking my brains every day to write. Please forgive me. Sincerely. This book's reader group, 5117933123. Chapter 100. My name is Qin Shueching. Her voice was as bright as the sun today, but her tone was as cold as the fluttering snowflakes. The snowflakes drifted into the necks of the passers-by. It was cold, and people couldn't help but shiver. They had no choice but to pull their clothes closer. Qin Shueching. His surname was also Qin. Upon closer inspection, her appearance actually bore some resemblance to Ying. However, the cold aura she exuded was worlds apart from Ying's. If they had met on the road, perhaps even She wouldn't have been able to recognize her. This woman with a cold expression in front of him was actually Ying's sister. Auntie Zhang had said that Ying had a younger sister who was her second uncle's daughter. If he was not mistaken, it was the woman in front of him. After hearing the woman's self-introduction, Chen Shi, who had been a little hesitant, immediately stepped forward and said very politely, "Hello, hello." As he spoke, Chen Shi extended his right hand to her. To be honest, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation in his hundreds of years of life. She was his sister-in-law, after all. There was an old saying in Shangjing, the sister-in-law is half of the brother-in-law's ass. It meant that it would be a waste not to feel pain, and it would be a waste not to touch it. In fact, it was all caused by the traditional feudal thinking of the past. It was easier to get familiar with people. Even if they were discovered, his mother-in-law would turn a blind eye to it. After all, they used to be very particular about not airing their dirty linen in public. She didn't have such disgusting thoughts. He was just a little nervous because it was his first time meeting Ying's relatives. Yes, nervous. He was afraid that he would leave a bad first impression on this woman named Qin Shueching. This had nothing to do with status, strength, or cultivation. Instead, it was directly related to Ying's position in his heart. As the saying goes, love a house, love its crow. She loved Ying very much, so naturally, he would show enough kindness to her family. However, what Qin Shi didn't expect was, this was the first time the two of them had met. However, Qin Shuiqing seemed to hold a certain degree of hostility towards him. Do you see the words outside? This is the Qin clan. You can leave. Her tone was very calm, as if she was just narrating a very simple matter. Hearing this, Qin Shi looked at her with some surprise. After being stunned for a moment, Qin Shi gently shook his head and withdrew his right hand that was expressing goodwill. I'm waiting for Ying. Once I see her, I'll leave. She won't come. Qin Shuiqing glanced at Qin Shi and then looked at the little fellow again. However, when she saw the little fellow's silly look, she didn't like him. Instead, a trace of imperceptible disgust flashed through her eyes. If I were you, I would take the child and go as far away as possible now. Why? Qin Shi seemed to be a little puzzled. Qin Shuiqing didn't answer immediately. She just looked at the little fellow silently, as if she was seriously thinking about something. After a long period of silence, she looked at Qin Shi again and said calmly, because you don't deserve it. I don't deserve it? As if he had heard a big joke, Qin Shi suddenly couldn't help laughing. He shook his head and chuckled involuntarily. You mean that your family is very particular about matching in social status, right? Qin Shuiqing was silent. Qin Shi pointed to the main hall behind him and asked with a smile, it's the 70th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic. Why, the Great Revolution didn't sweep away your stubborn feudal ideas? Hearing this, Qin Shuiqing's expression, which had never changed since ancient times, finally relaxed a little. She sighed softly. With some doubts, she said softly as if she was talking to herself, I really don't understand what my sister is thinking. She actually gave birth to a daughter for you. The smile on Qin Shi's face disappeared. This was because Zhao Yuan had once said something similar. If only Qin Shuiqing wasn't his sister-in-law. Qin Shi really didn't expect that his first meeting with his sister-in-law would end up like this. The atmosphere in the yard suddenly dropped to the freezing point. However, Qin Shuiqing obviously didn't care about Qin Shi's feelings. After thinking for a while, she sighed softly with a kind of almost pity in her eyes. Well, I'll tell you why. After that, Qin Shuiqing raised her delicate hand. Her fingers were very beautiful, white and slender and without impurities, as perfect as cold jade. Then, she shook her 5 fingers gently. An invisible force shot out in an instant and hit the snowman in front of the little fellow. Bang! The snowman collapsed in an instant, turning into countless pieces of snow that drifted in all directions. She flicked her 5 fingers and hit the snowman 10 feet away. The sudden turn of events stunned the little fellow. She was holding a ball of ice and was about to hit the snowman's head with the ice in her hand. But in the blink of an eye, the snowman disappeared. The snowman that she had worked hard to build for a long time had turned into countless pieces and completely disappeared in front of her eyes. The little fellow looked down at the original position of the snowman. There was only a thick layer of snow left there. Papa? The little fellow squatted on the ground and held the ice. She looked up at Qin Shi in confusion. Her eyes were full of doubts. Where did the snowman go? She looked down at the original position of the snowman again until she was sure that the snowman was really gone. Then, with a wah sound, he suddenly burst into tears. In fact, Qin Shi could have stopped Qin Shuiqing's behavior. But he didn't. Because of this woman's actions, he suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. However, it was precisely because of his carelessness that the little fellow began to wail in grief. So, Qin Shi quickly squatted down and gently held the little fellow in his arms. The little fellow cried sadly. As soon as Qin Shi stretched out his hand, she rushed directly into Qin Shi's arms, and then tightly hugged his neck. She pursed her lips and cried loudly, Papa, the snowman is gone, the snowman is gone, good girl, Nian Nian, don't cry. Papa will show you a magic trick, okay? However, the only response he got was the little fellow's loud cries full of energy. Qin Shi stopped talking and slowly stood up with her in his arms. The little fellow cried on Qin Shi's shoulder. Her pitiful appearance was really pitiful. Chen Shi gently patted her head and comforted her with a few words. Then he turned his head and calmly said to Qin Shueqing, "You scared my daughter." This time, it was Qin Shueqing's turn to be stunned. "You know what? If you weren't Yingying's sister, you would have died 10,000 times by now. I want to reason with you, but you have to talk to me about strength, then I'll show you what strength is." As soon as he finished speaking, the wind and snow all over the sky suddenly became stronger. Then, a tornado strangely blew in the yard. All the snowflakes above the yard were rolled into the wind column. The originally invisible wind column seemed to have become a large white funnel at this moment. And the center of the funnel was where the snowman was just now. Chen Shi stood beside the snowman, holding the little fellow in his left hand and slowly stretched out his right hand. Countless snowflakes continued to fall on the snow pile under the guidance of the wind. Then, the snowman slowly condensed into a shape at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then became bigger and bigger. What was happening in front of her eyes was completely beyond Qin Shueqing's imagination. She stared at the man holding the child in a daze and stepped back a few steps in fear. The snowman was growing taller and taller. In just a few breaths, it had become a super-large snowman more than 3 meters tall. This also made Qin Shueqing's beautiful eyes almost pop out. What was happening in front of her eyes could not be done by human strength. Thinking of this, she could not help but ask with a trembling voice, Who are you?" "Me?" Hearing this, Chen Shi chuckled softly. Chapter 101. In the Sihiyuan. The sudden gust of wind finally subsided. The heavy snowfall was actually not a good sign. As the saying goes, timely snow indicates a bumper year. Only a moderate amount of snow could be called timely snow. A moderate amount of snow could not only kill insects and keep warm, but also provide water for crops, and would not crush the crops. This was the sign of a bumper year. The snow stopped. The little fellow stared blankly at the huge snowman in front of her. The scene that unfolded before her eyes had completely stunned her. She opened her mouth involuntarily. Even if she did not cry again, her little nose was twitching unconsciously. She didn't even need Chen Shi to coax her, she had already completely forgotten about crying. "Papa, this snowman is so big," the little girl raised her little head slightly. Her shocked expression immediately made Chen Shi unable to help but smile. Seeing her adorable appearance, Chen Shi's mood couldn't help but improve a lot. "Muah." After kissing the little fellow's face heavily, Chen Shi looked at her and asked softly, "What do you think? Do you like this snowman?" "Yes." Chen Shi's question made the little fellow come to her senses. Therefore, she immediately sat in his arms and began to dance. "Papa, put me down. I want to play with the snowman." Chen Shi quickly put her down. As soon as she stepped on the ground, the little fellow threw herself into the snowman's arms. The snowman wouldn't carry her, so she plunged her small body into the snow. The falling snow kept falling on the little fellow's head, and some even fell into her clothes. Although she was shivering because of the cold, she enjoyed it and giggled against the snowman. Looking at how excited she was probably about to bury her head in a pile of snow. Chen Shi put down the little fellow and then turned to look at Qin Shueqing. At this time, Qin Shueqing had also come to her senses. She originally thought that Chen Shi was just an ordinary person, but she didn't expect that Chen Shi was actually a necromancer. Furthermore, with the means that Chen Shi had just displayed, his realm might have even reached the level of cultivation above the Dao entry realm. Han Fizi human leader, moreover, the cultivators of magic are incompatible with the ministers of the path. How do you explain this? If the master has a warlock, then the high minister will not be able to make a decision, and the high minister will not dare to sell the high minister. If the high minister controls the power and influence, then the way of the master will be clear. Records of the grand historian, Huainan's Heng Shan biographies, in the past, Qin Ju followed the path of the saint and killed the sorcerers. He burned the book, abandoning etiquette and righteousness and relying on deceit. He accepted the punishment and turned the millet of the sea into the West River. Han Wang Fu's treatise on the hidden husband, virtuous men's difficulty. Those who are weak in virtue will have a bad impression of good deeds. Those who are in political turmoil will have a bad impression of governance. This is the reason why the Qin dynasty killed Yu and trapped the warlocks. Necromancers were necromancers, also known as warlocks. They were adept at worshipping ghosts and gods, concocting pills to achieve longevity, and were even known as spellcasters. For example, the hermit expert who allowed Ning Zhonghua to live for more than 50 years was most likely a necromancer. The necromancer lineage had a long history, but now, it had almost disappeared from the world. Even the legends about necromancers were pitifully few. Most of the remaining branches of the necromancer lineage lived in seclusion deep in the mountains, maintaining the ancient tradition of passing down one lineage to a single person. The culprit behind the decline of the necromancer lineage was actually the first emperor in the history of Huaxia, Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang burned books and buried Confucians. This was a very cruel history. There were many historical records about this, and the historians of the past dynasties also had many discussions about it. However, the strange thing was that all kinds of books had detailed records of the burning of books, but the records of the burying of Confucians were very vague. In fact, this was because Qin Shi Huang did not kill Confucian scholars at all, but necromancers. The reason why Qin Shi Huang wanted to kill necromancers and swear to cut off the inheritance of necromancers was very simple. Back then, necromancer Su Fu was ordered by Qin Shi Huang to lead 3,000 boys and girls to the East Sea to search for the legendary Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou immortal mountains to find the elixir of immortality. However, after Su Fu left, there was no news of him and he never returned to Huaxia. Qin Shi Huang, who realized that he had been deceived, was furious and vented his anger on the necromancer lineage. He hatefully killed countless necromancers, causing the necromancer lineage to almost be cut off. After the Eastern Han dynasty, it was already a long time ago from the Qin dynasty. The public opinion of the Qin dynasty, as well as the status of the Confucian school at that time, and the popularity of the modern literature school, distorted the facts and completely twisted the story of Qin Shi Huang deceiving necromancers into Qin Shi Huang deceiving Confucians. To put it bluntly, Qin Shi Huang was framed, which was why he was cursed by the Confucian school for more than 1,000 years. As for whether this was revenge on Qin Shi Huang by the remnants of the necromancers, no one knew. After all, history had long turned to dust. With a flip of his hand, he could create clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. This kind of heaven-defying means that could create clouds and rain with a flip of his hand was clearly not an existence that Qin Wanqing could deal with. She couldn't help but feel afraid and wanted to leave this strange place as soon as possible. However, since she was already here, how could Qin Shi let her go? This was his sister-in-law who had a lot to do with Yingying. He had to keep her. Therefore, as soon as Qin Shueqing turned around, Qin Shi shouted at the big cat, keep the guest. Meow. The big cat had been living in fear all day recently. Now that it finally had a chance to show off, it naturally worked hard. Thus, just as Qin Wanqing took a step forward, a voice rang out. The big cat, who had been squatting on the steps of the west wing, had turned into a black shadow and rushed to the drooping flower door in an instant. As its body grew rapidly, Qin Shueqing couldn't help but widen her eyes. Monster? The big cat showed its true form. Its front legs were slightly bent, and its back legs were on the ground. Its body was slightly arched, and its eyes were fixed on Qin Shueqing. It even grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Seeing this, Qin Wanqing had no choice but to stop in her tracks. She hesitated for a moment, then turned around and shouted at Qin Shi, "Who are you?" Hearing this, Qin Shi could only shake his head and say helplessly, "I seem to remember telling you. My name is Qin Shi. I am Qin Ruoying's husband, Qin Nian's father." "You?" Qin Shueqing stomped her foot angrily. She didn't know what to do now. Not to mention this unfathomable man, even the strange monster behind her was something she couldn't guarantee that she could walk past it unscathed. Just as Qin Shueching was feeling vexed, the little girl suddenly saw the big cat squatting in front of the drooping flower door. She had seen too many amazing things today. But at this moment, when she saw the big cat's enlarged appearance, she couldn't help but raise her small hand and rub her eyes. Big cat? Is that you? The little girl and the big cat had been together for so long that they even used the same blanket. Therefore, almost without much thought, the little girl realized that this huge black panther was very similar to her big cat. In order to confirm its guess, the little brat ran toward the drooping flower gate. Meow, boss was here, so the big cat could only meow obediently as a greeting. After hearing that familiar voice, the little girl was excited. She didn't dare to approach at first, but when she heard the big cat's meow, she immediately opened her arms and pounced on it, then hugged the big cat's head. Big cat. Big cat. Big cat. It's really you. The little girl was too excited, so she used her small hands to rub the big cat's head. The big cat's face was rubbed out of shape, but it didn't dare to hide. So it could only retract the barbs on its tongue and stick out its tongue to lick the little girl until she didn't have time to rub it again. The little girl hugged the big cat and giggled happily. But then, an idea suddenly appeared in her mind, so she immediately shouted happily, "Big cat. Can I ride you?" It wasn't a question, but a statement. So, without waiting for the big cat to say anything, she was already hugging the big cat's neck and jumping with all her strength, trying to climb up its back. Unfortunately, she was too short. After the big cat grew up, it was at least 2/3 of her height, so the little girl couldn't climb up at all. Seeing this, the big cat could only obediently lower its body and let her ride on it. After the little girl sat down, the big cat stood up again. And the little girl hugged the big cat's neck with both hands, lying on top of it and giggling. Big cat. Big cat. Go, go, go. In the courtyard. The big cat carried the little girl on its back, and under her constant urging, it had no choice but to run in circles around the courtyard. It didn't dare to run too fast, afraid that the little girl would fall. If the little girl accidentally fell, it estimated that all 4 of its legs would be broken by Qin Shi. So it was better to be careful. Qin Shueching stood in the same place, and her mind was blank. She stared blankly at everything that was happening in front of her. While in a trance, she felt dizzy. Thank you to the boss, reading books is like life, for the 20,000 reward. Thank you to the boss, a mess, for the 10,000 reward. Thank you to the boss, Assad, for the 30,000 reward. This book's reader group, 5117933123 group name, Destroy Earth Strategic Headquarters. Chapter 102. In the Qin family's courtyard. It should have been a place Qin Shueching was very familiar with. But now, this place felt very strange to her. It was all because of those 2 uninvited guests. No, it was 3. Because this black cat, which seemed to be a pet, was at least a monster that had cultivated for hundreds of years. Nian Nian rode the big cat and jumped around the courtyard. In order to prevent her from falling, Qin Shi specially put a rope around the big cat's neck and made a simple rein for her. The little fellow was amazing now. In addition to hide and seek and 123 wooden men, she finally had one more entertainment, riding the big cat. Riding the big cat was much more fun than riding Papa, so she didn't want to get down after riding it. She stuck to the big cat. It had no choice but to take her slowly round and round. Qin Shueching stood on the steps of the east wing, looking at the child in front of her who was riding the Black Panther in circles, but she was very upset. This child was her sister's daughter, so what was her relationship with her? She frowned and thought for a while before she finally figured it out. She should be the child's aunt, and the child should be her niece. Aunt? Niece? Qin Shueching stood on the steps, slightly lost in thought. At this time, the little fellow rode the big cat in front of her. Sister, do you want to play with me? I'll invite you to ride the big cat. Nian didn't know that her snowman was destroyed by the woman in front of her, so she was very friendly to this strange woman who suddenly appeared in their house. However, after hearing her words, Qin Shueqing glared at the little fellow with slight disgust. The little fellow was so happy that she didn't realize that this woman didn't like her very much. However, the big cat under her felt it. So the big cat immediately grinned and growled. Meow. With a low growl of indignation, the big cat took the little guy and walked past her from behind. Looking at the big cat's attitude, it was also as arrogant as a pushover. It was not willing to let the little guy talk to this woman at all. The reason why Qin Shueqing was still standing here was because of Qin Shueqing. It wasn't that she didn't want to leave, but she couldn't. Every time she tried to leave, Qin Shi would always use a method she couldn't understand to grab her back. It was as if there was an invisible hand stopping her. Even if she wanted to climb over the wall to escape, that hand would grab her and put her back into the courtyard. It was like being trapped in a toy castle. And she was just one of the toy soldiers. This kind of celestial means also completely cut off Qin Shueqing's idea of escape. Tao initiation, Dharma cultivation, ascension. The lineage of necromancers was too mysterious. Although Qin Shueqing had heard about it a long time ago, she didn't expect that a real necromancer with cultivation would be so terrible. Therefore, she was also very honored to become Qin Shi's captive. Although she was a captive, she was actually treated well. Except for not being able to leave the courtyard, Qin Shi didn't do anything to her. Or it could be said that Qin Shi didn't dare to do anything to her. Did he want to tie her up and hang her upside down with a whip dripping wax? She was his sister-in-law, not an outsider. They were all family. Obviously, Qin Shi couldn't offend her too much. Qin Shi only had one purpose, and that was to make her tell him where Ying was. Perhaps seeing that Qin Shi didn't dare to do anything to her, Qin Shueqing simply closed her mouth and refused to say a word. Qin Shi couldn't do anything to her, so he could only let her be. His sister-in-law had just arrived. As her brother-in-law, he still had to be a little polite to her. However, Qin Shi's patience was always limited. Therefore, he could only hope that Qin Shueqing wouldn't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for everyone. Obviously, it wouldn't be a good thing. Because the little fellow didn't like to eat outside food, Qin Shi had already started to cook as early as the second day after she moved in. Today, there were distinguished guests, so Qin Shi made a particularly sumptuous meal. 4 dishes and a soup, all of which were main dishes. One of the dishes was braised shark's fin in yellow sauce. This dish was characterized by its bright apricot yellow color, soft and tender meat, extremely mellow and fresh taste, and the whole wing was juicy. Because it was too cold, Qin Shi could only put the dishes on the table in the west wing. After he brought the dishes one by one, the little fellow didn't even need to be called. She rushed over on the big cat as soon as she smelled the aroma. Papa! It smells so good. I'm hungry. If you're hungry, wash your hands. You can eat after washing your hands. Okay. Big cat, let's wash our hands. With the temptation of delicious food, the little mischievous girl finally didn't need Qin Shi to wait on her. She ran to wash her hands by herself. At this time, Qin Shi walked out of the room and looked at Qin Shueqing opposite him. He asked very politely, "Do you want to eat together?" As he spoke, Qin Shi turned sideways and pointed to the table behind him. However, after hearing his words, Qin Shueqing was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She immediately shouted angrily, "Bah!" After fiercely glaring at Qin Shi, she opened the door of the east wing, walked in, and slammed the door. The weather was so cold, but she still stood in the yard for so long in the cold wind. Thinking about it, it was quite silly. Qin Shi smiled softly and returned to the west wing, very satisfied. The whole yard was set up by him. As long as Qin Shueqing didn't tell him the whereabouts of Ying, she would have to obediently stay here for one more day. When he forced Qin Shueqing to stay just now, Qin Shi had already used his true qi to search her body. However, Qin Shueqing didn't bring her mobile phone, so Qin Shi couldn't check her phone number. 3 days, Qin Shi only gave her 3 days to consider. If she still refused to tell him after 3 days, then don't blame him for not giving her face as her brother-in-law. Just as Qin Shi was thinking about how to deal with Qin Shueqing, the little girl ran back after washing her hands. She climbed onto the chair with all her strength, picked up the spoon and was ready to eat. However, at this time, the little girl seemed to have thought of something. She quickly turned her head and looked out of the window. Then, she asked with some doubts, "Papa, where's that sister just now? Isn't she going to eat with us?" Hearing this, Qin Shi rubbed her head and pulled the plate of braised shark's fin to her. Then he said with a smile, "She's your mother's sister." "Mama's sister? Who's that?" "You should call her Aunt." "Aunt? Aunt doesn't eat with us? She's good at martial arts, so she doesn't need to eat." "Oh, Aunt is so pitiful. The food is so delicious, but she doesn't need to eat. Good girl, eat more if it's delicious." "Okay." However, at this moment, in the East Wing, Qin Shueqing frowned slightly and couldn't help but put her hand on her stomach. Martial artists were not immortal cultivators. Their physical energy consumption was especially large, so their usual appetite was also especially large. She hadn't eaten for a few hours, but her stomach began to growl. Qin Shueqing couldn't help but look through the window at the West Wing opposite. She finally understood why Qin Shi pretended to ask her to eat with him. He guessed that she wouldn't go, so he used this method to disgust her. She couldn't beat him in a fight, and she couldn't leave. Now she couldn't even eat. Thinking of this, Qin Shueqing couldn't help but turn pale. She couldn't live like this. So, after hesitating for a while, Qin Shueqing kicked open the door and strode toward the West Wing opposite. "I doubt it. Did you forget the name of my book? This is Becoming a Stay-at-Home Dad After Returning from Cultivation, not Becoming a Stay-at-Home King After Returning from Cultivation. I can't abandon my daily life for the sake of showing off, because that's a very stupid way of doing things. I have 2 kinds of readers. One likes to read cool stories, and the other likes to read warm daily lives. But recently, the readers who like to read cool stories have been making more and more trouble. It's even developed to the point where even Nyan said that I'm lame. I really want the 2 kinds of readers to coexist, so there will be a big climax, but it will be a gradual process. Because in my heart, 100 face-slapping episodes are not as important as a complete climax. Right, bro? In addition, some people say that I'm half an article on Baidu. If I want to Baidu, I have to at least have this knowledge and know that this thing exists in advance, okay? I'm not here to teach popular science. But if I don't write, will other readers know about this? Chapter 103. Bang! With a stomach full of resentment, Qin Shueqing kicked the door of the West Wing hard. However, what she got in response to her kick was an even stronger reaction force. It was obviously a wooden door, but it was as hard as the door of a bank vault. It was obvious that Qin Shi was making trouble. Qin Shueqing gritted her teeth and helplessly withdrew her right foot. Because she was so angry, her full chest rose and fell rapidly with her rapid breathing. This was great. She couldn't even open the door. But if she went back in resentment, she felt very unwilling. But if she knocked on the door properly, she couldn't bring herself to do it. The snow had stopped. But the cold wind was still whistling. Qin Shueqing stood at the door of the West Wing with resentment. She didn't know what to do now. She finally understood what despair was. It was the first time she had experienced such a feeling in her life. She couldn't beat him, and she couldn't run away. With her status, it was impossible for her to curse in the streets like a shrew. What else could she do? Qin Shi was like an experienced hunter. And she was like an injured prey, being wantonly played by Qin Shi in the palm of her hand. The more Qin Shueqing thought about it, the angrier she became. So she immediately turned and walked back to the East Wing. Her stubbornness also came up. She was a martial arts grandmaster in the clasping Dan realm. Even if she didn't eat or drink for a month, she wouldn't die. At worst, she would go back and slowly waste time with him. Qin Shueqing made up her mind. But when she turned and was about to leave, the door behind her suddenly opened. The little fellow turned and saw Qin Shueqing outside the room, so she immediately took the spoon and waved it happily. As she waved, she shouted happily, "Auntie! Aunt! Do you want to eat with us?" The little fellow enthusiastically invited Qin Shueqing. However, Qin Shueqing was not in the mood to eat at this moment, so she did not even turn her head and walked directly to the east wing. However, the moment she took a step forward, she was horrified to find that she could not control her body. An invisible force suddenly seized control of her body and manipulated her to slowly turn her body. At this moment, she was like a remote-controlled robot. Under the control of someone else, she walked stiffly towards the west wing. Seeing that, Qin Shueqing shouted in fear, "What did you do to me? Let me go." She didn't pay attention to her, but smiled and controlled her to sit next to the little guy. After that, she stroked the little girl's head and asked softly, "Nian Nian, can you go and get a bowl of rice for your aunt?" "All right." Hearing that, the little fellow immediately nodded happily, then jumped off the chair and ran to the rice cooker to fill Qin Shueqing's bowl with rice. Although she did not understand what the word aunt meant, as long as it had something to do with mama, the little fellow would show full enthusiasm. While the little fellow went to get more rice, she turned to look at Qin Shueqing and asked with a smile, "What do you think? Isn't my daughter cute?" Qin Shueqing struggled to get rid of Shi's restraint, but it was obviously in vain. Therefore, she had to scold him harshly, "Let me go." "I can let you go, but you have to eat this meal first." She smiled and pointed to the dishes on the table. Qin Shueqing did not answer, but glared at him fiercely. "Aunt, the rice." The little fellow quickly ran back with the bowl and then happily raised the bowl in front of Qin Shueqing. Seeing that, Qin Shueqing was still a little hesitant. She did not talk nonsense with her and immediately controlled her to take the bowl from the little fellow's hand. Qin Shueqing flew into a rage and wanted to scold Shi. But at this time, she found that she could move again. After being stunned for a moment, Qin Shueqing's first reaction was to leave here. But just as she moved, Shi restrained her again. Qin Wanqing wanted to say something, but as soon as she said a word, it was as if someone was strangling her neck. She swallowed the words that she was about to say. She glanced at her lightly and said calmly, "Eat." At this time, the little fellow also ran back to her seat, took the spoon and was ready to start again. After drinking a mouthful of fresh soup with great satisfaction, the little fellow found that Qin Shueqing still held the bowl just now, so she asked with some doubts, "Aunt, why don't you eat?" Seeing the little fellow's puzzled face, Qin Shueqing collapsed. After being tormented by Shi, she was so angry that she was about to cry. She would rather be beaten to death by Shi than be humiliated by Shi so wantonly. Yes, humiliated. Like a doll, Shi held her in his hand and played with her casually. She tried for a while and found that she could speak. She immediately said quickly, "Let me go, I'll eat." As soon as she finished speaking, she found that she could move. So, Qin Shueqing held the bowl in one hand and the chopsticks in the other, stiffly digging into the bowl of steaming white rice. She didn't take any food and just ate the rice. Seeing that she didn't take any food, Shi said with a smile, "You're a guest. Don't just eat. Try the food I made." Hearing this, Qin Shueqing's movements paused. Then, a line of tears suddenly fell from her face. She was angry and cried because of Shi. Shi didn't expect that he could make his sister-in-law cry, so he quickly asked the little fellow, "Nian Nian, are you full?" "I'm full. I'm so full." "Then go watch cartoons with Big Cat." "Okay." When it came to cartoons, the little fellow was full of energy. So, when Shi put her on the ground, she shouted for Big Cat to watch cartoons on the bed. After the little fellow left, Qin turned to look at Qin Shueqing. At this time, Qin Shueqing had secretly wiped away the tears on her face. Let's talk. Qin Shueqing didn't say anything, but lowered her head and continued to dig into the white rice in her hand. She didn't have the arrogance she had when she first arrived. Instead, she looked more like a little woman who had been wronged. This was also the result that Qin wanted. Seeing that she had finally removed the layers of shell, Qin asked again, I'm really curious. Why did you have a flash of murderous intent when you first saw Ninian? Qin Shueqing was stunned. She didn't expect that Qin could even feel this. You should be glad that the murderous intent in your heart disappeared in a flash. Otherwise, I think we might not even have the chance to sit here and talk. The so-called murderous intent and murderous intent, one represented the desire to kill, the other represented the preparation to kill. The two didn't seem to be very different, but there was an essential difference. The murderous intent was an idea that came out in an instant, while the murderous intent was the breath before the preparation to kill. Qin Shueqing was a master of martial arts, so every time she was ready to make a move, the muscles all over her body would naturally tighten, and the pores would immediately contract and close. If it was a master of the same level, he would naturally be able to detect all kinds of subtle changes in her body. This was the so-called murderous intent, which also meant that she was about to make a move. The murderous intent could be perceived, but the murderous intent couldn't be perceived. Because the murderous intent was just a kind of thought. Unless one could see through people's hearts, how could one perceive the thoughts of others? She couldn't see through people's hearts. But he could infer from Qin Shueqing's subtle expression at that moment. Qin Shueqing should really be glad, the murderous intent in her heart came and went quickly. Otherwise, she would really be crushed to death by Qin on the spot. Qin Shueqing didn't answer. Qin smiled and continued, You are very strange. I guess you haven't even killed a chicken, but today you want to kill a child, and it's your sister's child. Tell me, why? After that, Qin looked at her quietly. Qin Shueqing held the bowl and lowered her head as if she was thinking. She was silent for a long time. Qin also waited for her for a long time. Chapter 104. Because if she doesn't die, my sister will die. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shueqing clearly felt a strong murderous aura erupting from Qin's body. The murderous aura was so strong that she was so scared that her muscles tensed up and she subconsciously wanted to take a defensive stance. And it wasn't just her. Even the big cat who was watching cartoons was shocked. But the big cat was very smart and immediately burrowed into the little guy's arms. The little guy naturally hugged the big cat. This behavior was like a solid reassuring pill for the big cat. So after the big cat calmed down, it turned its head and poked its head out to observe the situation at the dining table. Why? Qin's voice was very calm, and there was nothing strange about the expression on his face. But his body was constantly emitting a monstrous murderous aura. He was a cultivator, not a warrior. So when he was angry, the surrounding spirit energy would also surge. Therefore, Qin Shueqing was a master after all. So even if she didn't see any signs of Qin wanting to attack, she could clearly sense that Qin wanted to kill someone. This brother-in-law of hers, who had been hiding his strength, finally showed his fangs. Qin Shueqing was a little lost in thought, as if she didn't hear Qin's words. So, Qin asked again, why? Qin Shueqing's body suddenly trembled, and then she looked at Qin with a complicated expression. She reluctantly shook her head and said, I can't tell you. I shouldn't have come to you at all. I was meddlesome. Hearing this, Qin suddenly laughed. You brought that necklace over for her, didn't you? After saying this, Qin looked thoughtfully at the little guy who was sitting on the bed and watching cartoons attentively. Qin Shueqing didn't reply. You want to drive us away because you're afraid that your family will find out that Yingying gave birth to a daughter for me, right? Qin Shueqing still didn't speak. Qin waited for a long time. Seeing that she didn't want to speak again, Qin changed the topic and asked with interest, if I remember correctly, those who are above transforming strength are called masters, so you should be a martial arts master, right? Hearing this, Qin Wanqing finally nodded and replied somewhat reluctantly, above the neutral strength stage is the controlled dance stage. Only after achieving the controlled dance stage can one become a grandmaster. I've seen people at the peak strength stage, but they are older than you and have been through hundreds of battles. They always have a kind of hostility that can't be hidden. You don't have it, and your realm is far higher than theirs. So you do have some reason to be proud. However, when she heard Chen Shi's essest, Qin Shueqing immediately frowned and scolded in exasperation. Are you trying to humiliate me? Don't think that you're so great. If we're at the same level, I can kill you as easily as killing a chicken within 10 steps. Really? Chen Shi pretended to look at her in surprise. Then he asked with a smile, in fact, I'm very curious. Have you ever killed a chicken? Qin Shueqing was irritated by him again. She got up and wanted to leave, but how could Chen Shi let her go? So the moment she got up, Chen Shi stopped her again and said with a smile, don't be angry, don't be angry. Today is the first time we've met, and I want to talk to you more. What do you want? Nothing. As long as you tell me where Yingying is, I'll let you go right away. Qin Shueqing was stunned. After being stunned for a while, she seemed to think of something and said with a look of contempt, even if I tell you, what can you do? Since you're a necromancer, let me ask you, do you know the Gate of Heaven? Gate of Heaven? What's that? Chen Shi was a little confused. It was the first time he had heard of this term. Qin Shueqing saw his confused look and couldn't help laughing. You don't even know the Gate of Heaven. It was as if she had found something very funny. Qin Shueqing laughed louder and louder. In the end, even the little fellow was alarmed by her laughter. The little fellow turned her head and glanced at this strange ant. Then she continued to watch cartoons with the big cat in her arms. Chen Shi didn't speak, but looked at her quietly. He was as calm as a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. Qin Shueqing laughed for a while, but when she saw Chen Shi's indifferent look, her face fell again. Bah! Summer insects can't talk about ice, and frogs in the well can't talk about the sea. You're really like an arrogant toad. Oh. Is that so? Chen Shi also laughed with her and asked, the Gate of Heaven you're talking about, is it the southern gate of the heavenly court? As long as you walk through the southern gate, you can be ranked as an immortal? Hearing this, Qin Shueqing laughed and said, if you want to understand it that way, it's actually not wrong. And then? Chen Shi spread his hands and asked with a puzzled look, what does that have to do with me? Qin Shueqing was choked by his words. She felt like she was playing the lute to a cow. Therefore, she couldn't help but say angrily, my sister and I are Xian Nu who presides over the Gate of Heaven. If the Gate of Heaven doesn't open, we can't get married. If people find out that she has a child, my sister will be burned alive. Oh, I see, Chen Shi nodded, then suddenly stood up and began to clean up the tableware on the table. After realizing that she had said something wrong, Qin Shueqing stared at him blankly. After a while, she asked hesitantly, what else do you want? My sister asked me to give you the necklace so that you can forget about her. We are Xian Nu, we can't get married. Hearing this, Chen Shi said as he cleaned up, Yingying knows about this rule, right? But she still chose to give birth to Nian, which means that she doesn't want to be a Xian Nu, right? Qin Shueqing didn't reply. When Chen Shi looked at her, her eyes were also a little evasive, as if she didn't dare to look at Chen Shi. Since Yingying doesn't want to be a Xian Nu, do you think I should take her home? Hearing this, Qin Shueqing suddenly became anxious and couldn't help but exclaim, no. You can't go. You'll kill my sister. Kill her? No, I'm going to take her home. Qin Shueqing was a little agitated and wanted to say something more. But at this time, Chen Shi suddenly waved his sleeve. Then, her whole body flew straight out of the courtyard like a kite, and then suspended in the middle of the courtyard, unable to move. After binding her in the middle of the courtyard, Chen Shi slowly walked out of the west wing. He raised his head and looked at Qin Shueqing calmly. After a moment of silence, Qin Shi asked calmly, "Tell me, where is Ying?" Qin Shueqing hesitated for a moment, but still chose to shut up. However, Qin Shi's next sentence suddenly made her face change greatly. "If you don't say it, I'll burn you now." Qin Shi's appearance didn't change at all, and his expression was still calm. But Qin Shueqing seemed to feel that the man standing in front of her now. He was like a wolf that had taken off its sheepskin, completely revealing the ferocious nature in his bones. "Well, I'm different from most writers, because I can't stand trolls. I've been a failure for a long time, so I won't condone trolls acting presumptuously in front of me. There was already a wave of trolls when the female lead was in the lead role, and now there's another wave of trolls for my sister-in-law. Forcibly whitewashing? Lowering IQ? Illogical? Explaining too much will disgust other readers. So I won't open a chapter to explain the motives of my sister-in-law's behavior. The following is the extras." Qin Shi took the little fellow to play the single-plank bridge. Halfway through, the little fellow felt it was very simple. So she asked Qin Shi to let go of her, and she wanted to walk by herself. Qin Shi couldn't persuade her, so he had to let go of her. The little fellow tried to take a step or two. She found it was very simple. So she was a little proud. She wanted to jump directly to the opposite side. But just as she was jumping happily, her feet suddenly slipped and she accidentally fell down. The little fellow fell to the ground and hurt, and immediately cried loudly, constantly blaming Qin Shi for not holding her properly. Seeing this, Qin Shi had to hold the little fellow tightly, comforting her with a guilty face. "Nian Nian, I'm sorry, it's all Dad's fault. Dad didn't take good care of you. Dad apologizes to you, okay?" Chapter 105. The biggest difference between the heavenly jade world and Earth was, spirit stones, immortal herbs, cave abodes, and spirit veins could be snatched. Interest was the driving force behind all human actions. Marx once said, "Everything that people strive for is related to their interests." Qin Shi had lived on Earth for more than 20 years. But he had lived in the heavenly jade world for more than 500 years. Could it be that those 500 years could not compare to 20 years? Obviously not. The reason why he did not like the heavenly jade world was mainly because there was a fundamental difference between the heavenly jade world and Earth. Earth was the place where he was born and raised. Qin Shi grew up and matured here. His outlook on life, values, and worldview had formed the most basic framework because of this. So after he went to the heavenly jade world, he always felt that he did not fit in with that world. This was also one of the reasons why he risked his life to return to his roots. 3 years old is old, 7 years old is old. This was a proverb in Huaxia. Although 3 years old and 7 years old was only an approximate number in ancient times, it was summed up by the people of Huaxia after thousands of years of living experience. This sentence seemed very arbitrary, but it was proven to be reasonable by modern science. Man is a very complicated creature. If he really wanted to explore it in detail, he would have to talk about innate determinants and acquired influences. That was too complicated, and Qin Shi was not a thinker, so he would not study too much. He only needed to clarify one thing, and that was, what exactly did he want? Qin Shi did not want longevity, but family happiness. This was his goal, and also his pursuit. At the same time, it was the source of his motivation. Nian Nian was already by his side, so Qin Shi swore to make her the happiest child in the world. But Ying was still missing. Without Ying, how could Nian Nian be the happiest child in the world? Without Ying, how would he be able to achieve the family happiness that he pursued? Without Ying, how could he fulfill the promise he made back then? "I will ascend and become an immortal." Not for longevity, but for a lifetime of happiness and peace. If it was said that living on Earth for more than 20 years had established a basic framework for Qin Shi's worldview. However, the 500 years in heavenly spiral had reshaped Qin Shi's code of conduct. In the end, he was no longer a mortal. He was a titled divine lord of the heavenly jade domain, a soul formation cultivator. Therefore, when Chen Shi heard that Ying was in danger, there was only one thought left in his mind. Pick up Ying and go home. The home that he guarded. Compared to his wife, his sister-in-law was naturally an insignificant existence. Therefore, Qin Shueqing was suddenly thrown out of the yard. She stared at the man in horror. This seemingly gentle man suddenly showed his ferocious side in front of her. That monstrous murderous aura seemed to be making a silent declaration. If she dared to say no, he would really kill her. Qin Shueqing was scared out of her wits. Chen Shi stood on the steps and quietly looked at Qin Shueqing, who was tied up in the air by him. All of a sudden, his wrist twitched. Immediately after, a small flame jumped out from his fingertip. Seeing the sudden flame, Qin Shueqing finally came back to her senses. This cheap brother-in-law was serious about her. Qin Shueqing was scared. When she saw that Chen Shi was about to throw out the flame, she immediately shouted at the top of her lungs, "No! I'll tell you." Classic of Mountains and Seas? The 16th classic of the West of the Great Wilderness said, in the south of the West Sea, on the shore of quicksand, behind the red water and before the black water, there is a mountain called the Kunlun Hills. The Kunlun Mountains were known as the ancestor of all mountains in Huaxia and the source of the dragon veins. Many legends in Huaxia were related to the Kunlun Mountains. But many people didn't know, the Kunlun Mountains in ancient times and the Kunlun Mountains in modern times were actually two different places. Some people even thought that the ancient Kunlun Mountains were the current Kunlun Mountains. The current Kunlun Mountains were between 500 meters and 6,000 meters above sea level. The climate was cold and humid, the air was thin, and there was a plateau layer of frozen soil all year round. The living conditions were extremely bad. How could the Huaxia people be born? In fact, according to historical records, long before the Qin dynasty unified Huaxia, what was called the Kunlun Mountains was actually the Qinling Mountains. The Guangzhong Plain north of the Qinling Mountains was the birthplace of the Huaxia people. The two ancestors of the Huaxia people, the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor, were born in this place. The Guoyu Jin language said, in the past, Xiaodian married the Eugene family and gave birth to the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor. The Yellow Emperor was born with Ji Shui, and the Yan Emperor was born with Jiang Shui. Therefore, the Yellow Emperor was born with Ji Shui, and the Yan Emperor was born with Jiang Shui. The two emperors used their masters to help each other, and they were born with different virtues. This was also the earliest historical record of the Yan Emperor and the Yellow Emperor that could be seen. The Qinling Mountains were not called Qinling Mountains in the beginning. At first, it was called the Kunlun Mountains. Later, Qin Shi Huang unified Huaxia and moved the capital to Xianyang. Because the Qinling Mountains stood in the south of Xianyang, the capital of the Qin state, there was a saying, in the sky, in the south of the capital, so it was called Zhongnan, also known as Zhongnan. Therefore, the Qinling Mountains were called Zhongnan Mountains. Later, the Qin dynasty fell, and it was the Western Han dynasty. Sima Qian wrote in the history books, the Qinling Mountains are the greatest obstacle in the world. At this time, the Qinling Mountains finally had its official name. Kunlun Mountains, Zhongnan Mountains, Qinling Mountains. These were the past and present lives of the Qinling Mountains. Huaxia's dragon vein was actually here. Chang'an. At the airport exit. A family of 3 and a cat. The man was handsome, the woman was beautiful, and the baby was quite cute. Even the cat in the child's arms looked more agile and clever. It stuck its head out and looked at the passers-by. The family of 3 did not look like locals. After getting off the exit, they took a taxi and went straight to the Qinling Mountains. The Qinling Mountains were a huge mountain range across Huaxia. At the same time, it was also the climate dividing line between the north and south of Huaxia. The difference in the lives of southerners and northerners was formed by this mountain range. Every winter, the Guangzhong area north of the Qinling Mountains was bitterly cold. Thousands of miles of ice would be frozen and thousands of miles of snow would fall. People would stay by the fire to get through this cold season. However, the Hanzhong Basin south of the Qinling Mountains was still green with mountains and rivers. This mountain range had a decisive impact on the natural climate of Huaxia. It was also this mountain range that changed the natural pattern of Huaxia. The family of three booked a taxi. They were not going to a scenic area, but to a remote town at the foot of the Qinling Mountains. The people of northern Shaanxi were forthright, the people of southern Shaanxi were simple and honest, and the people of Guangzhou were warm. This trip would take more than 2 hours. It was a long journey. The driver wanted to start a conversation several times, but the young couple in the car was like a sulking couple. They did not say a word since they got in the car. There was no other way. Since the guests were not willing to talk, he could only keep his mouth shut silently. The straight-line distance from Cheng and to the Qinling Mountains was only 50 to 60 kilometers. It had not snowed in Cheng and yet, but the Qinling Mountains had already turned into a vast expanse of white. The town they were going to was about 200 kilometers away from Cheng, and when they were about to reach the town, it started to drizzle. The weather was dark and the rain was hazy. There was also a thick fog on the mountain. When they looked up, they could only see a misty expanse. They had made a lot of money on this trip, so the driver was very polite and gave them an umbrella. He was also a little curious about this family of three, so after he left, he glanced at them through the rearview mirror. There were some raindrops on the rearview mirror. Through the mirror, he saw the family of three slowly walking up the mountain path. Going up the mountain on such a cold day? Old man, don't rush me. I really can't write that much. Think about it, you know that I'm here to write books to make money. Do you think I can't live with the money? The background of this book is very large. The foreshadowing has to be linked together, so it's very difficult for me to write it. Please, can you please understand? Even if it's on Baidu, I have to check it one by one. After digesting it, I'll put it into my settings. This chapter contains too much information. I wrote until 3 a.m. last night and woke up at 12 a.m. today. I've only just finished writing it now. After writing it, I still have to wait to be scolded for being a fake. Sometimes, I really feel that I've been wronged. Please, I hope you can understand. I've really worked very hard. I'll promote the book for you. There are 3 successful nanny dads on Qidian now. You can also read Nanny Dad's Literary Life and Nanny Dad's Restaurant in Another World. My speed can't be compared to theirs. Nanny Dad's Restaurant in Another World will be a hit. That's something I don't even dare to think about. Although we're all nannies, the things we write are actually different. Chapter 106. The Qinling Mountains lay across the border between the north and the south of Huaxia. It was the mountains that divided the north and the south, the earth cut the rivers, and the east and west meandered. The vast momentum and continuous magnificence made it difficult for people to see the whole picture, but they had to explore. The world was big and chaotic. It was rare that the mountains were still there. The fog was rising, and the snow was boundless. It was an otherworldly scene. Unlike the handsomeness of Mount Imei, the Qinling Mountains gave people a sense of vastness. After going up the mountain, the little fellow obediently lay in Qinshi's arms, her big eyes rolling. As the altitude increased, the snow on the mountain became thicker and thicker. The somewhat rugged and slippery path was gradually covered by the snow. Looking up, it seemed that there was only white left between heaven and earth. When the little fellow saw the thick snow piled up like a quilt, she finally couldn't help but hug Qinshi's neck and said coquettishly, Papa, I want to play in the snow." Hearing this, Qinshi stopped, pinched her little face, and then put her down in a relatively flat place. Seeing the thick layer of snow in front of her, the little fellow also became playful. She was holding the big cat and suddenly swung her arms with all her strength. Just like that, he threw the big cat into the pile of snow. The big cat was shocked, and suddenly it was so scared that it waved its 4 feet in the air. But because it had no place to borrow strength, it could only watch as the little fellow threw it out. Poof! It was now the size of a pet cat, so after falling into the snow, it only made a small shallow hole. Meow. The big cat cried out with some dissatisfaction, causing the little fellow to giggle. Then, she hopped to the edge of the pile of snow and shouted, "I'm here." Then, he jumped into the snow as well. The snow looked as soft as cotton, but it was definitely not as warm and cold as cotton. But after she jumped into the snow, she immediately rolled in it as if she was not afraid of the cold at all. Her wish of rolling in the snow finally came true. While Little Rascal and Big Cat were rolling around in the snow, She looked at Qin Shueching and suddenly asked, "What do you think? Is my daughter cute?" This was the second time that She had asked this question. Qin Shueching looked at him with a complicated expression, and then turned her eyes to the little fellow. A 4-year-old child was the cutest, so no matter how unwilling she was, Qin Shueching could only reply dryly, "Cute. Thank you." She smiled and nodded, as if he was very satisfied with her answer. Qin Shueching wanted to say something. But when she thought about how She had threatened to burn her to death, she couldn't help but sulk. She walked to the side alone and sulked. The conversation stopped abruptly. The huge mountain was very quiet. Only the little fellow's shouts could be heard. The cold wind in the mountain whistled, and a series of snowflakes swirled in the sky, drifting toward the foot of Mount Qinling. After playing for a while, the little fellow found that it was really cold, so she ran back. "Papa! It's so cold, so cold." As she spoke, she jumped and shivered. The process of melting snow itself was a process of absorbing heat. When rolling in the snow would fall into the clothes. As soon as it met the body temperature, it would immediately melt into water. So no matter how much she liked the snow, she had to run back to Qin to get warm. Qin quickly picked her up. As his true essence surged, Little Rascal's body immediately emitted a faint white gas. A stream of warmth wrapped her, and Little Rascal immediately murmured comfortably, "It's so warm. Papa is so warm." When it could freeload food and drink, Big Cat would never be willing to fall behind others. So when it saw Little Rascal being held by Qin, it immediately shook off the snow on its body and jumped into Little Rascal's arms like a mad dog. The reason why it was willing to follow Qin was that a trace of Qin's true essence inadvertently leaked out was enough for it to benefit a lot. When the heavy snow closed the mountain, there were no birds in the mountains, and no traces of people could be found. But even a master of peak strength could walk on water, not to mention Qin Shueching, who was a guru. Perhaps it was because she wanted to compete with Qin, so as soon as she entered the mountain, she stepped on the snow and floated away. In an instant, she had already rushed several meters away. A guru was like a dragon, climbing the mountain like an ape, diving into the water like an otter, and his momentum was like Mount Tai. After being tortured by Qin Shueching almost doubted whether she was still a Wu Dao guru. Now that his sister-in-law was willing to cooperate, Qin naturally would not provoke her for no reason, so he followed her leisurely. As the two of them moved forward quickly, they went deep into the hinterland of the Qinling Mountains in the blink of an eye. At this time, Qin also roughly guessed where the mysterious place she was talking about was. Because as they went deeper and deeper, Qin found that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was even richer than that of Zongnanhai. It was really a good place for all things to compete. After walking for more than an hour, Qin Shueching suddenly stopped. Qin looked at the valley in front of her and also stopped. Because he knew that Qin Shueching had something to say. Sure enough, after Qin Shueching stopped, she turned her head, and the expression on her face showed that she was struggling. Qin waited for her for a moment, then she said in a seemingly annoyed tone, "I was wrong, I shouldn't have brought you here. Even if you kill me now, I won't take you one step further. Without me leading the way, you won't be able to enter, so you should go back. Since we're already here, do you think it's possible for me to go back? You really can't go any further. If you do this, not only will you kill yourself and my sister, but you will also kill the child in your arms. For the sake of the child, please go back, okay? Go back first, and when the divine gate opens, I will naturally come back to find you. Qin Shueqing became more and more agitated as she spoke. In the end, she could not help but yell at Qin Shi again. Qin Shi did not reply. After she calmed down a little, he nodded at Qin Shueqing and said very solemnly, "Thank you." Qin Shueqing was stunned for a moment, then she flew into a rage, and her face turned red. Just as she was about to scold Qin Shi suddenly asked, "You're a grandmaster, so what's the corresponding realm of a grandmaster?" "I don't have time to joke with you. I'm warning you, if you go any further, you will really kill everyone. Answer my question first." Qin Shi's expression was very serious, as if he was seriously discussing something with her. Seeing this, Qin Shueqing stomped her foot and said impatiently, "Entering the Tao." "What's above that?" "Cultivating the Tao." "Above that? Aren't you at the divine connection realm?" "Answer my question first, then what's above that?" "Core condensation." "Isn't Grandmaster controlled Dan?" "What's the difference between core controlled Dan and core condensation?" "The two can't be described in the same sentence. Legend has it that when a Grandmaster successfully condenses his Dan, he will be able to leave the earth and ascend to immortality, free and unfettered between heaven and earth. Core concentration refers to a martial artist condensing the essence, qi, and blood marrow of the entire body into a single point. In other words, all the strength in the body is concentrated in the dantian. When facing an enemy, the dantian will explode, and the enemy will be killed in a single move. Alright, I have no more questions. After saying that, Qin Shi carried the little fellow and walked towards the valley. Qin Shueqing wanted to reach out and stop him, but when she thought about how she was not a match for him, she could not help but stop. Obviously, Qin Shi had tortured her until she was traumatized. Helpless, Qin Shueqing could only stomp her foot and shout at Qin Shi's back, "I've said it before, without me leading the way, you can't enter." Just as she finished speaking, the scene in front of her stunned her. Qin Shi waved his sleeves lightly, and a door of light rippled like the surface of a lake appeared in front of him. Behind the door, at the entrance of the valley, a stone tablet suddenly appeared in the originally empty space. On the stone tablet were two large words written in small seal script. Chapter 107. The little fellow stared blankly at the light gate that suddenly appeared in front of her. This door of light was transparent. If it wasn't for the faint light it was emitting and the ripples it was emitting, it would really look like an ordinary glass door. Even an adult would not be able to understand this situation, let alone a 4-year-old girl. "Papa, what's this?" The little girl stared at Qin Shi with her cute big eyes, and after looking at Qin Shi with a surprised expression, she stretched out her left index finger and gently poked at the door of light. Then, when her finger touched the light gate, she felt nothing. It was as if she was touching air. Her finger went through the light gate as if she was putting her hand into water. The surface of the water kept shaking, and her fingers started to shake as well. The light gate shook, and so did her finger. The little fellow was amused. She stretched out her finger and kept poking the light gate. She felt nothing, but when she saw her finger rippling with the ripples, she giggled happily. Looking at her happy little face, Qin Shi couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Do you like it?" "I like it. It's so fun." The little fellow giggled and lay on Qin Shi's arm. Then she raised her head high, and her little chin was almost in the sky. "Papa will take you into play, okay?" "Okay." The father and daughter quickly reached a consensus. Then Qin Shi looked back at Qin Shueqing and asked with a smile, "What about you? Do you want to go with us?" Qin Shueqing looked at him in a daze. This mountain guarding formation was left by the ancient sages. How could it fail? Qin Shi looked at her strangely. Seeing that she didn't speak, he stepped directly into the light gate with the little fellow in his arms. "Wait. I'll go with you." At this time, Qin Shueqing suddenly reacted and ran after him. "I'll take you in. But you'd better leave her here. Don't you still have a monster?" If you let this monster keep an eye on her, there shouldn't be any problem. I'll go in with you. It'll be more convenient for us to move around. Qin Shueqing pointed at the big cat in the little fellow's arms, trying to persuade Qin Shi to leave the little fellow outside. Hearing this, Qin Shi gently shook his head and answered with certainty, Yingying is my wife and Nianyan's mother. Since it's to bring her mother home, how can she be absent? After that, Qin Shi lowered his head and glanced at the little fellow. Although the little fellow did not understand the meaning of Qin Shueqing, she understood the meaning of Qin Shi's words. Therefore, she immediately said excitedly, I want to take Mama home. As she spoke, the little girl seemed to be a little embarrassed. She buried her little face in Qin Shi's chest. Bashfully sitting in Qin Shi's arms, she kept twisting her small body. The word mother had already become a simple concept in her mind. Other children had mothers, so naturally, she should have a mother too. This was all she knew about her mother. Although she was a little unfamiliar with it, she still had some desire. Qin Shi touched the little fellow's head and smiled at Qin Shueqing. He carried the little fellow and walked straight to the valley in front. Qin Shueqing's expression was a little uncertain. While she was still hesitating, Qin Shi was almost at the side of the stone tablet. Seeing this, Qin Shueqing could only stomp her feet and shout, Wait! I'll take you there. After saying that, she also stepped through the door of light. When she stepped through the door of light, it suddenly disappeared. Qin Shueqing looked at the original position of the light door with a complicated expression. After shaking her head, she quickly caught up with Qin Shi. After passing the stone tablet, they entered the valley. A seemingly ancient village suddenly appeared in front of Qin Shi. It was as if it was recorded in the peach blossom spring. After dozens of steps, it suddenly became clear. The land was flat, and the houses were upright. There were fertile fields, beautiful ponds, mulberry trees, and bamboo trees. The roads were crisscrossed, and chickens and dogs could be heard. However, it was a pity that it was winter now, and snow was falling from the sky. Therefore, standing outside the village, there was no one at all. Qin Shueqing came from behind. After passing by Qin Shi, she led Qin Shi quietly into the village. This village was actually very big, and there were probably hundreds of families. Qin Shueqing's pretty face was tense, and she was almost in her battle state. Along the way, she had clearly stepped on the snow, but she did not leave any footprints. Looking at her cautious appearance, she was no different from a thief. The village was very quiet. At this time, the little fellow turned her little head and said with some doubts, Papa, it's so strange here. Her voice was not loud, but in Qin Shueqing's ears, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder. Hence, she was immediately given a huge fright as every strand of hair on her body stood on end. Qin Shueqing quickly turned her head and glared at the little fellow fiercely. Being glared at so fiercely, the little fellow was a little frightened. She quickly pouted and shrank into Qin Shi's arms. Seeing this, Qin Shi also glared at Qin Shueqing fiercely. At the same time, he did not forget to threaten her, if you dare to glare at her again, I will gouge out your eyes. Qin Shueqing was just about to say something, but she immediately realized that now was not the time to quarrel. Therefore, she had to take a deep breath and suppress the evil fire in the bottom of her heart. At this time, Qin Shi ignored her and continued to walk forward. Seeing this, Qin Shueqing suddenly became anxious. She quickly floated in front of Qin Shi and pointed to a side path, indicating that he should go around it. However, Qin Shi did not pay attention to her at all. He carried the little fellow and walked straight ahead. There was a large square in the center of the village. It was about the size of 2 basketball courts. In the center, there was an ancient bronze cauldron about 2 meters high. Because of the heavy snow, the ancient cauldron had been covered with a thick layer of snow. There were even a few icicles hanging from the protruding ears of the cauldron. In the north of the square, there was an old building that looked like an ancestral hall. The door of the old building was closed tightly, and it looked quite solemn and solemn. Qin Shi did not seem to need Qin Shueqing to lead the way. After arriving at the square, he went straight through the square, and then walked quickly up the mountain along a small path in the northwest corner of the square. Qin Shuiqing followed behind him, looking nervous. She wanted to say something, but she did not dare to make a sound. She wanted to stop Qin Shi, but she was afraid that she would be made by Qin Shi again, so she had to follow Qin Shi helplessly, constantly looking around, for fear that someone would discover them. Behind the ancestral hall, there was a small hill, estimated to be about 20 or 30 meters high. There was only a winding path to go up. Qin Shi came to the foot of the hill and looked at the small hill thoughtfully. When he saw the circle of walls on the hill, there were some subtle changes in his eyes. Qin Shuiqing noticed Qin Shi's strange behavior. Just as she was about to approach Qin Shi and was about to say something to him, Qin Shi suddenly carried the little fellow and flew straight up. Qin Shuiqing hesitated for a moment. But it was too late for her to regret it now. So she had to look as if she was facing death calmly and quickly jumped up with Qin Shi. Again, it's not a matter of money. It's that I really can't write it. Even if I write something, it never reaches the feeling I want. The more I write, the more dissatisfied I am. I delete and rewrite and still not satisfied, delete and rewrite again. In short, it's up to me if I can get through this. I've forgotten to thank all the bosses for their 10,000 coin rewards. Now that they're all together, thank you to the boss of Immerse for your 10,000 reward. Thank you to the boss of Xia Zhongyu for your 20,000 reward. Thank you to the boss of Little Devil Child and Little Urchin for your 10,500 reward. Thank you to brother Katatsumuri for your 10,000 reward. Thank you to the boss of Sanyu Wu Mengsheng for your 10,000 reward. Thank you to the boss of God with Nothing to Do for your 9,000 reward. Thank you to the boss of Riding a Turtle to the Heavens for your 11,500 reward. Thank you to the boss of Rising Dawn Withering Summer Flowers for your 10,000 reward. Thank you to the boss of Sanhua Feng for your 10,000 reward. Chapter 108. Qin Shi had already flown with the little fellow once. So this time, she didn't seem to be too excited. There was only a small courtyard on the hillside behind the ancestral hall. Qin Shi didn't fly directly into the courtyard. Instead, he stopped outside the door. Inside and outside the door. Inside and behind the wall. The little fellow seemed to have noticed something. She tilted her head and glanced at Qin Shi, only to find that her father's lips were tightly pursed. He seemed to be a little nervous. So, she wrapped her arms around Qin Shi's neck and slowly pressed her ear against Qin Shi's chest, as if she wanted to hear his heartbeat. Qin Shi didn't hesitate too much. He waved his arm gently, and the courtyard door opened automatically. Small courtyard, pavilion. Stone table, guqin. She was dressed in white, standing in the snow, looking up at the sky in a daze. The woman heard the movement and slowly turned her head to look at the courtyard door. Immediately after, the sorrow on her face turned into astonishment. But after a moment, those astonishment all turned into uncontrollable excitement and anger. She wanted to see that familiar face again, but the tears that she couldn't help blurred her eyes in the blink of an eye. Ying, I'm sorry. Qin Shi held the little girl in her arms and strode towards her, shrinking the ground into an inch. In a flash, the little fellow curled up in Qin Shi's arms. Although her face was a little timid, her big eyes were still staring straight at the woman in white in front of her. The woman didn't seem to be prepared. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shi, who was standing outside the courtyard just now, appeared in front of her at this moment. This frightened her so much that she couldn't help but take a step back. Ying, it's me. I'm back. Qin Shi held the little fellow in one hand and pulled her with the other. However, what he got in response was a resounding slap. Slap. The woman didn't speak. After glancing at him, she quickly lowered her head to look at the little fellow in his arms. The tears that had already welled up in her eyes suddenly gushed out crazily as if a dam had been opened. She no longer paid attention to Qin, but looked at the little guy in his arms. Nian, is that you? The woman looked at the little fellow in Qin's arms. When she saw the little fellow's cute little face, she couldn't help but smile as she cried. She stretched out her trembling hands, wanting to take the little fellow from Qin's arms. However, the little fellow shyly hugged Qin and twisted his body to avoid the woman's hand. That nervous and uneasy look was just like the first time Qin saw her. When the woman saw the little fellow's confused and nervous expression, she felt as if her heart had been ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. That heart-wrenching pain was almost unbearable. How can she be a mother if she doesn't raise her child? That was why her daughter was so unfamiliar with her when she was already so old. This was retribution. Seeing this, Qin hurriedly said to the little fellow, Nian, call me mommy. Do you remember what mommy looks like? Do you remember that you've been looking at family photos every day? Think about it. This is mommy. The little fellow clutched Qin's clothes tightly. She looked uneasily at the crying woman in front of her. She hesitated for a moment. Then she suddenly stretched out her little hand to the woman and said softly, Mommy. The woman was stunned, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Seeing this, the little fellow raised her voice and shouted again, Mommy, hug. The woman trembled and stretched out her hands again. And this time, the little fellow took the initiative to reach out her hands to her. She stiffly took the little fellow from Qin's arms. The little fellow wrapped her arms around her neck. Seeing that her tears were still flowing, she stretched out her little hand to wipe her face and said very sensibly, Mommy, don't cry. You won't be beautiful if you cry. The woman stared blankly at the little fellow, quietly feeling the warmth from her hands, but her tears still fell uncontrollably. The little fellow wiped her tears. Seeing that she was still crying, she wrapped her arms around her neck and leaned on her body, saying softly, Mommy is a great beauty. Don't cry. You won't be beautiful if you cry. If Mommy isn't beautiful, I won't be beautiful when I grow up. The child was so sensible. The woman suddenly broke down. She hugged the little fellow tightly and slowly squatted on the ground. Her crying was so heart-wrenching, as if she was a Xianglin sister-in-law whose child was taken away by a wolf. It was so sad that it could break one's heart. The little fellow was very sensible. She hugged the woman and comforted her, Mommy, don't cry, don't cry. As she spoke, she used her little hand to gently pat the woman's back. She stood silently by the side, looking at his lover's crying appearance. He couldn't help but have mixed feelings. Time had faded her immaturity and draped her with a trace of vicissitudes of life. He couldn't avoid that slap. Qin Ruoying. Qin Ruoying. Perhaps the little fellow's comforting words were effective. The woman gradually stopped crying. After calming herself down, she gently let go of the little fellow. Then, she held her hand and stood up again. Her eyes were slightly red, and when she looked at the little fellow, her eyes were filled with love. But when she looked at Qin, her gaze became very complicated. After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, Why do you want to leave? Her voice was very soft, and it sounded as if there were no emotions. Qin's heart immediately rose to his throat. After hesitating for a moment, Qin suddenly formed a seal, then lightly tapped the woman's forehead. The woman was stunned. Then, the huge amount of memories crazily rushed into her mind like a tide. Heavenly Jade World. Heavenly Yen Divine Sect. Servant Disciple. Qin at that time. Hesitation, struggle, helplessness, loss, but most of all, pain. It seemed like a simple move, but because Qin forcefully used his soul, he immediately suffered a backlash, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. After hearing Qin's groan, Qin Ruoying immediately reacted and hurriedly shouted, That's enough. Seeing him in pain, she couldn't help but cry anxiously. Qin's first few years of memories in Heavenly Jade World also made her finally understand, what exactly had he experienced all these years. I miss you so much, Qin Ruoying threw herself into Qin Shi's arms, then leaned her head on his chest, and tears fell like rain. Qin Shi gently hugged her. She raised her head and looked at Qin Shi's face, which had become much paler in an instant, and couldn't help but murmur, "Do you know? After you left, I made a wish." Hearing this, Qin Shi could only endure the pain caused by using his soul, and reluctantly asked, "What wish?" "I wish that after leaving for half your life, you'll return as a young man." Her gaze was as clear as that day on Middle Mountain Road. There were tears at the corners of her eyes, but she suddenly smiled. Ying's smile was charming. Seeing this, Qin Shi smiled with her. It was as if he had returned to the summer when he mustered the courage to confess his love. "Everything is as you wish." With that, Qin Shi gently pulled Qin Ruoying into his arms. He lowered his head and gently kissed those two slightly cold red lips. This kiss was 5 years apart. This kiss was 500 years apart. "From now on, I only wish to be with you for the rest of my life." Qin Shueching stood outside the courtyard, not daring to enter. When she saw the two of them kissing, she seemed to finally understand something. 2 lines of clear tears kept falling down her cheeks, but the corners of her mouth raised slightly. But at this moment, an angry voice suddenly sounded. "Yuan Qin, what are you doing?" The smile on Qin Shueching's face immediately disappeared. She retreated to the courtyard, somewhat afraid. And this also alarmed the two of them who were having an intimate moment in the courtyard. Seeing this, Qin Ruoying suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly pulled Qin Shi to the house next door. "Quick, take Nian Nian and leave first." At this moment, her face was full of panic, and there was no trace of happiness and sweetness on her face. However, at this moment, Qin Shi gently held her hand and said very gently, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Qin Ruoying still wanted to say something, but Qin Shi pulled her into his arms and blocked her words with his mouth. "Papa, you're shameless. Shame, shame, shame." The little fellow was held by Qin Ruoying. As soon as she saw Qin Shi kissing her again, she immediately giggled excitedly. "Are you crazy? Why are you still here?" Qin Shueching suddenly rushed over and tried to push Qin Shi away. But before she could get close, she had been restrained by Qin Shi again. Then, Qin Shi gently let go of Qin Ruoying, and then asked very seriously, "Since I'm here, I must take you home today. Ying, do you believe me?" Qin Ruoying was stunned for a moment. However, she quickly nodded her head and replied solemnly, "I believe you." Qin Shi gently touched her face, and then bent down to pick up the little fellow. He held the little fellow in his left hand, and held Qin Ruoying in his right hand. The family of 3 faced the gate of the courtyard like this. There were more and more people outside the courtyard. In the end, even an old man with white hair and beard was alarmed. As soon as the old man walked into the courtyard, he saw Qin Shi's unfamiliar face. And when he saw the little fellow in Qin Shi's arms, he couldn't help but change his expression greatly. He pointed at the little fellow and scolded sternly, "Who is she?" Qin Shi silently looked at everyone in front of him. Finally, his eyes stopped on the old man. Then, he turned to the big cat and said, "Big cat." The big cat had been squatting nearby and watching the fun. After hearing Qin Shi's voice, it immediately jumped out and responded with a meow. "Get the carriage, meow." The big cat tilted its head, as if it didn't understand. "Let's go home." His voice was as loud as a bell and as loud as thunder. The negative emotions that had accumulated for more than 500 years finally broke out at this moment. This is the last chapter before the release. The next chapter will be released on January 1st, 2018 at 5 o'clock. After the female lead comes out, I think I still have a conscience. It's still the same sentence. Don't force people to donate monthly votes, and let fate decide. Everyone has a difficult time. If you have money, you can help others, but if you don't, you can help others. Friends who watch pirated versions, remember to come back and give me 2 recommendation votes. It's a kind of support. As for those who don't have anything and still want to talk nonsense after watching it for free, forget it, I won't say it. This chapter's BGM, The Snow Between the Eyebrows, Sword Net San's love song was changed into an official video by Sword Net San. Countless people cried after listening to it. I strongly recommend you to listen to the story version, not the pure song version. I'm in Shuangming Town, my name is West Window White Pure Yang. But I miss you, it's useless to know. Not throwing you away, but finding you in dreams. After waking up, I'm on the balcony with dreams. West Window White, the cold moon, a yard full of snow. The first chapter, the sword has not been properly equipped, but I'm already in Jianghu, and, the second chapter, the wine is still warm, but I don't know the universe, to be continued. Chapter 109. It's up. Let's not talk about empty words. I'm trying my best to write as much as I can. I've saved a chapter and a half and will publish it after midnight. Anyway, I'll just write as much as I can today. I won't compete with others because I really can't write. There's only one sentence, I can't give you the quantity, but I can give you the quality. So I hope you can give me your support and understanding, okay? For example, come and spend a dime to give me a first order? That's not too much, thank you for your support, especially those who supported the original version. And every single one of them who had tipped and supported. Heart to heart. I'll say the same thing, I don't mind pirated readers, but I'll try my best to encourage you to read the original version. Those who have money will support me, and those who don't will support me. Everyone has their difficulties, so I won't reject pirated readers. I won't open an anti-piracy website. I won't sell myself as poor or miserable. Because I've been writing novels for more than 10 years. Except for this one, I haven't even earned back the courier fees for the others. If I don't find a job, I'm afraid I'll starve to death. Well, I've opened a takeaway shop before, so I know a lot about takeaway. So I don't understand what some authors are thinking. They can't even afford to eat, so why don't they go out to work? If they go out to work and improve themselves in society, the things they write should be better than writing behind closed doors, right? Anyway, that's how I got through. Once this book is up, should be able to get rid of the title of flop. Thank you, all of you. Without you, I wouldn't be able to make a comeback today. You've also made me feel what it means to be pushed to the top. In 2005, I started my first book on Qidian. I wrote more than 100,000 words, but I didn't sign a contract. For the past 12 years, I'll write and submit when I'm free to see if I can sign a contract. The first time I signed a contract was in 2010. The longest book was more than 700,000 words. There were 2 subscriptions, and each of them was 13. Xuanhuan, fantasy, xianxia, sci-fi, urban, supernatural, including female genre and countless subcategories. I've written about everything except history and military affairs, which I haven't really written about yet. They all flopped. This book was also the first time I was pushed to the top by Sanjiang. I just want to encourage all of you. Please believe that God won't let you down. Your hard work today will pay off one day. It may be late, but it will never be absent. Let's talk about this book. I want to write a book that you will still talk about years later. No matter how many flaws it has, it is a work that I have put my heart and soul into. To be honest, I've already written so much that I've cried several times. What he had written had moved him to tears. Thinking about it, it was really strange. A lot of readers, actually, they're just posers, after reading the first chapter, scolded me for writing old-fashioned stuff, and started scolding me after reading 10 lines at a glance. To be honest, they might look down on my first chapter and think that my first chapter is very old-fashioned. But in fact, when I finished the first chapter, I had already cried. At that time, I had a very strange feeling. I was neither happy nor sad. There were clearly no fluctuations in my emotions, but I still shed tears. And that was only when I was writing the first chapter. Later, when I reached chapter 40, I cried again. At chapter 45, I also cried. However, many people praised chapter 55, saying that it was the highest quality chapter, but I didn't have any reaction. There were a few chapters after that. There were tears, but it wasn't enough. Until chapter 93. I was stuck at chapter 93 for a long time. But when I wrote the last paragraph, I shed tears again. If an author can write until they cry, I feel that I have succeeded. If it was an old author or an old reader, when they saw the title of my book, they could already come to a conclusion: this book has too many restrictions. Because the core of cultivation and stay-at-home dad are conflicting. One is to train and fight monsters, the other is to live a warm life. Also, the timeline of stay-at-home dad novels is very short, but the timeline of cultivation is thousands of years. To be able to write such a result was something that I didn't expect at all, so I didn't save any chapters. Every chapter was written and published on the spot. To be able to write and publish on the spot to reach this level, I'm actually very satisfied. If it wasn't serialized, I think I could write even better. Chapter 107, I'm very satisfied. I hope you leave for half your life and return as a teenager. I didn't dawdle for half a day in vain. From the perspective of making money, chapter 107 shouldn't be a free chapter. If I were to open another book, I would definitely save 200,000 before publishing it. It's too difficult to not save any chapters. Let's talk about the update. I hope you can understand, I also want to write more, but I really can't do it. It's not that I'm not working hard, but I've already tried my best. To say something arrogant, I feel that the quality of my book is okay. For example, in chapter 97, when Ning Zhonghua called, I could actually choose to open a branch here and expand it into a complete set of pretentious face-slapping scenes. But I have other plots in my mind. I think the plots in my mind are more meaningful than these face-slapping scenes, so I don't want to write that. This also causes me to write very slowly, because I write every chapter very carefully, racking my brain to think about it. Even if it's a confirmed plot, I will repeatedly think about it, because I'm afraid I can't control it. My way of writing also causes a lot of people to just skim through it. They might not even notice some details. Of course, even if you skip some of the key things that I think are the starting point, it won't affect the subsequent reading. This is the charm of online literature. If it's not good, I'll skip it. There will always be something I like. If there's really nothing that attracts me, okay, I'll abandon the book. I'm not an illiterate, I used to write brainless novels. But now, since I've chosen this topic, I have to write it properly. It's really hard to write, much harder than routine novels. So, I'd rather write the background setting that you don't want to see the most, rather than write these small branches. I hope you can understand my thoughts. Please forgive me. 2 chapters a day, try to keep it up. If you can write more, then add more. In any case, it's a serious promotion. In order to cherish this opportunity, I'll nag a bit more. Actually, I really didn't ask for recommendation tickets, rewards, or anything like that, so I'm very sorry for Jia and everyone's rewards. Other people have to add more chapters for rewards, but I don't have anything here, so I don't dare to ask for rewards or recommendations. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I don't dare. Because I don't have a way to add more chapters. Sorry. I'm very grateful for everyone's support, especially those who have been voting since I started writing tens of thousands of words. There are more and more voting IDs, I can actually see a few familiar ones. It's really deep. I was a failure in the past, so monthly votes are a very distant thing to me. So, even if I've been in a fight before, I've never cared about it. I don't dare to think about it. I'm a failure, why think so much? The monthly votes are for me to play with. Because I'm too calm, even after achieving today's results, I still feel like I'm living in a dream. In the past, when I slept, there was still no change in my collection. But now, in the blink of an eye, my collection has increased again. It's all thanks to everyone's support that I can achieve today's results. Thank you. I may focus on different things from other authors. I prefer to pay attention to the readers' comments. So, you often see me in the comments section, or when I open a chapter. I don't care too much about the results, but I care a lot about your comments. So, when I see some people deliberately belittling my hard work, I get very angry. Especially those who say that it's highly toxic and has already been appraised. I'm really speechless. But I care a lot about the readers' comments, so I often get angry. One last thing. I'm a pure newbie author, I don't have any achievements from previous books, and I'm writing alone. I don't have any support from old readers, I don't have any author friends, and I don't have any data. My updates are so weak, but I can reach 50,000 favorites at Chidian with 200,000 words. How many are there? Some idiots say that I'm manipulating data. They don't know, but they pretend to know. The number of subscribers, the number of fans, these are all roughly proportional. Whether I'm manipulating or not, any old author will be able to tell at a glance. I have such good results, why do I need to manipulate my results to court death? Use your poor brain. Since my first recommendation, I've always been the first in the category of new books, category strong recommendation, 6 bands, 3 rivers, bookshelves, strong recommendation. When have I ever lost? I don't have many recommendations, because I'm a newbie and it's a city category, so it's hard to get a recommendation, and the editor didn't give me any extra recommendations. So, thank you for your support, brothers. Without you, I wouldn't have achieved today's results. Thank you for giving a failure for more than 10 years a chance to make a comeback. Thank you. December 31st, 2017. Yours truly. Happy New Year. I hope that in the coming year, you and I will still be side by side. VIP Book Group, 5178611243. Chapter 110. A lot of people suddenly poured into the yard. These people were either men or women, old or young. They stood near the gate of the yard, looking at the family of 3 in the yard with unkind expressions. An old man with white hair and beard pushed the crowd out. When he saw Chen Shi holding the child in one hand and holding Qin Ruoying in the other, he was so angry that even his beard trembled. The old man's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He pointed at the little fellow and said angrily, "Who is she?" In fact, did he still need to ask? So no one answered his question. Chen Shi held Qin Ruoying's hand. He felt that Yingying's hand was a little cold. So he gently squeezed her hand, indicating that she should not be afraid. Although encouraged by Chen Shi, Qin Ruoying still did not dare to look at the old man directly. She lowered her head slightly and bit her lips tightly. She seemed to be a little scared. After the old man finished asking, he kept staring at Qin Ruoying. However, Qin Ruoying did not dare to look at him at all. This also made the old man so angry that his beard trembled. When he pointed at Qin Ruoying and was about to scold her, Chen Shi suddenly turned to the big cat and said, "Big cat, get the carriage, let's go home." His voice was as loud as a bell and as loud as thunder. The big cat heard the voice and got up. It immediately jumped to Chen Shi's side, and its body expanded rapidly. The deep cloud ink leopard showed its fangs. This sudden change also startled the old man, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He looked at the big cat and said with some surprise, "Monster?" The big cat suddenly changed back to its original form, and many people at the gate of the yard were frightened. Some people even immediately left the yard. However, the old man was only stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly burst out laughing. "Our village has never had a mountain guardian spirit beast. This old man has been traveling for more than 10 years but still couldn't find one. I didn't expect that today, I would find it so easily." The big cat crouched beside Chen Shi's feet and assumed a pouncing posture. This old man made it very unhappy, so it immediately roared at the old man, "Meow." The old man laughed and took a step forward. But at this time, a figure suddenly flew over from the mountain. After a few twists and turns, the figure suddenly appeared in the open space in the center of the courtyard. This was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. His temperament was refined, and he had a scholarly air about him. Third uncle. After the man arrived, he respectfully bowed to the old man. The old man glanced at him with some displeasure, but he still stopped. He flicked his sleeve and scolded, "Look at your good daughter." Hearing this, the middle-aged man slowly turned around and looked at Qin. After seeing him turn around, Qin Ruoying couldn't help but shout nervously, "Dad!" The man was Qin Yongyan. Qin Yongyan silently looked at Qin Ruoying, and then looked at Qin. Finally, his eyes fell on the little fellow in Qin's arms. The little fellow was lying in Qin's arms. Seeing Qin Yongyan looking at her, the little fellow was embarrassed and hid her little face in Qin's arms. There were too many people here, and the little fellow had learned to be afraid of strangers. Qin Yongyan was silent for a long time. Then he sighed deeply, looked at Qin Ruoying with a complicated expression, and asked softly, "Yingying, is this your child? How old is she?" Qin Ruoying didn't speak. Qin smiled and said, 4.5 years old. She will be 5 years old in summer. Qin Yongyan couldn't help shaking his head when he heard this. He seemed to be deeply moved as he sighed faintly, "So I'm already a grandfather." The grandfather and granddaughter met for the first time under such circumstances. The old man called third uncle was obviously not interested in seeing their family reunion, so he shouted again, "Qin Yongyan, let me ask you, Xian Nu had an affair with another man and gave birth to a bastard child. According to the ancestral rules, how should we punish her?" Qin Yongyan was stunned. He didn't turn around. Instead, he looked at Qin Ruoying and said in a low voice with a pained expression, "Fire." "Then why are you still standing there? Take them down." Qin Yongyan stood there with a complicated expression on his face. Qin Ruoying couldn't help crying when she saw him like this. She murmured sadly, "Dad, I'm sorry." As she spoke, she wanted to break free from Qin's hand and rush over. However, Qin held her tightly, ready to see Qin Yongyan's reaction. Although the person in front of him was his father-in-law. However, if he wanted to push Yingying into the fire pit, then don't blame Qin for being ruthless. Qin Yongyan didn't respond. Third uncle waited for a while, but he still didn't move. He was so angry that he laughed and said, "What? You can't do it?" Qin Yongyan still didn't answer. Third uncle was furious when he saw this. He immediately shouted to the crowd behind him, "Xinghuai, Hian, take down this adulterous couple and that bastard child." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures suddenly rushed out from the crowd. "Old Qin, third uncle has given the order. Sorry to offend you." Zhao Xinghuai, Li Hoan, and Qin Yongyan. The 3 of them were the best of their generation, and it was hard to tell who was the better one. The stranger in front of them was obviously Qin Yongyan's son-in-law, and the girl was his granddaughter. Zhao Xinghuai and Li Hin were not willing to participate in these trivial matters, but under the old man's orders, they had no choice but to act and capture the stranger who had suddenly intruded. The 2 of them jumped out of the crowd and went straight to Qin. However, Qin Yongyan suddenly turned around and stood in front of them. Then he directly hit Zhao Xinghuai's back with his palm. "Old Qin, you?" Zhao Xinghuai didn't expect that Qin Yongyan would dare to attack him in this situation. He was caught off guard and had to take the hit. Li Hoan saw this and immediately supported Zhao Xinghuai. Then he started to fight with Qin Yongyan. The 3 of them were suddenly in a mess. Qin saw this and immediately said to the big cat, "Big cat, go and help him." Meow. The big cat joined the fight. Li Hoan was forced to turn around and fight, which immediately relieved the pressure on Qin Yongyan. The big cat was a monster in the awakening realm, which was equivalent to the foundation establishment stage of cultivators. However, Li Hoan could fight with the big cat without being at a disadvantage. This also allowed Qin to have the most direct judgment of their strength. Third uncle looked at the 3 of them with a gloomy face, but he didn't say anything to stop them. At this time, Qin suddenly let go of Qin Ruoying's hand. He gently pinched the little girl's face, and then very gently handed the little girl to Qin Ruoying. The little girl was still a little unfamiliar with her mother, so she immediately grabbed Qin Shi and asked nervously, "Papa, what are you going to do?" "Papa is going to reason with them." "Good girl, you go to Mama." "Oh." The little girl nodded blankly. It was unknown whether she understood or not. Looking at the three of them suddenly fighting in front of her, the little girl thought that they were dancing. She tilted her head and thought for a while. She opened her mouth and was about to say something. However, Qin Shi suddenly used a meditation spell on the little girl's forehead. The little girl fell into a deep sleep. "Good girl, go to sleep. When you wake up, we will be home." Qin Shi gently touched her little face, and then touched Qin Ruoying's face. Qin Ruoying held his hand, and her face was full of worry. But at this time, Qin Shi said to her with a smile, "I'll take you home." Qin Ruoying was stunned. "Yes." She nodded heavily and hugged the little guy in her arms even tighter. Qin Shi took back his hand, turned around and took a step forward. Behind him, it was his wife and child. And his sister-in-law who couldn't speak or move and could only be anxious. In front of him, it was a group of strangers led by the old man. The old man looked at him and was about to ask someone to take him down. Qin Shi suddenly opened his mouth and said two words softly. "Sword, come." He raised his right hand and grasped in the air. The wind and snow all over the sky seemed to hear his call. Like a dragon dancing, the wind and snow came with great momentum. The snow floated to Qin Shi's hand and instantly condensed into ice. In the blink of an eye, a 3-foot-long sword condensed by ice appeared in his hand. With the sound of a sword, the wind and snow came. I stand with a sword. With frost and snow as my sword, I dare to be the enemy of the world. I give you quality, and you give me support and understanding, okay? Chapter 111. A sword rang out. A long sword made of frost and snow appeared in Qin Shi's hand. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing. It could take a life with a light stroke. However, the sword was made of ice. In terms of hardness, it was not even comparable to glass. It could shatter into pieces with a casual touch. However, when the sword appeared, Third Uncle's expression changed abruptly. His old face was filled with shock. "Divine arts. You've already stepped into the Heavenly Master realm at such a young age?" A martial artist who sat on his crotch was called a Grandmaster. A necromancer who had divine arts was called a Heavenly Master. Both of them were titles, but the meaning they represented was completely different from one another. The Great Tao was like mercury flowing down the ground. No matter which path one took, they would reach the same end in the end. Therefore, if the two were compared, a Heavenly Master was in existence 2 whole realms higher than a Grandmaster. Third Uncle sized up Qin Shi with surprise and uncertainty. No matter how he looked at him, this man was about the same age as Qin Ruoying. However, he was actually an illuminating god necromancer. Third Uncle was still in shock and uncertainty. However, Qin Shi took another step forward and shouted coldly, "Who's coming? Who's coming? Who dares to come?" He stood proudly with his sword. With frost and snow as his sword, his aura suddenly rose. It was as if an ordinary young man had suddenly become a peerless swordsman who looked down on the world. A cyclone suddenly appeared in the sky above the courtyard. The wind and snow were also expelled from the courtyard by that invisible cyclone. Even the snow stopped falling in this courtyard. The martial Tao was about aura. When facing an enemy, if you lost your aura, you had already lost by 3 points. Qin Shi's aura was so strong that it was overbearing. Third Uncle, on the other hand, couldn't figure out his background. However, the old man was very cunning. Since he could not figure out his background, he immediately looked behind him. He did not say anything. A middle-aged man immediately walked out. This middle-aged man was muscular and only wore a single shirt in the middle of winter. After walking out of the crowd, he spat on the ground and said disdainfully, "How dare you be so impudent here, you." However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin interrupted him. Without even looking at the man, he coldly said, "You're not worthy." The man was taken aback. He was so angry that his entire face was distorted. But at this time, Qin suddenly waved his arm, and an invisible force suddenly shot out. The man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Zhao Laosi. Are you okay? If the person behind him hadn't caught him in time, he would have fallen heavily to the ground. Zhao Laosi kept spitting out blood and couldn't say a word. Like an old crane flapping its wings, he immediately tried to escape. However, how could Qin let him go? His sword moved according to his will, and the long sword made of frost and snow suddenly pierced third uncle's chest. The first move of the moonlight sword technique. One move, hidden void. Before the sword was out, the sword chi returned to one, hidden and not released. As soon as the sword momentum was released, in an instant it was like a long river hanging upside down, soaring into the sky. The tip of the sword first pierced through third uncle's protective shield, which could only be condensed by a martial artist in the gang realm. The so-called impenetrable protective shield was like a glass cover at this moment, and was immediately pierced by Qin sword tip. In the blink of an eye, it turned into white gas and dissipated in all directions. Third uncle retreated quickly. He was even faster than when he came, and in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed out of the courtyard. Escape. This person was too terrifying. Unfortunately, that sword was even faster. One move, hidden void. As soon as the sword move was released, it would return after drinking blood. Third uncle was still in mid-air, but Qin's sword seemed to turn into a ray of light, directly shooting toward third uncle's back. Puff! The sword chi went straight into third uncle's flesh, and his body exploded into a cloud of blood. Then, like a wild goose that was shot by a hunter, he fell heavily to the bottom of the hill. There was a dead silence. Even Qin Ruoying was frightened by Qin's killing intent, and could not help but reach out to grab his clothes. No wonder he wanted Ninian to sleep. It turned out that he was going to kill third uncle. A few of the smarter ones immediately reacted, shouting third uncle's name, and rushed out to look for him. This change came too suddenly. The two people who were fighting Qin Yongyan and Big Cat immediately jumped out of the battle and retreated directly to the courtyard door. Big Cat wanted to chase after them, but Qin stopped him in time. Big Cat, come back. Meow. Qin Yongyan stared at his cheap son-in-law in front of him, dumbfounded. That was third uncle. And Gang Realm Great Grandmaster. He could not even take one move of his sword. Qin did not notice his father-in-law's expression. Chapter 112. In fact, Qin didn't want to kill them all. He wanted to kill them until they were terrified. What bullsh *t ancestral behest? What bullsh *t? Burning Yingying with a gun? Then I'll burn all of you first. At this moment, the murderous look in Qin's eyes was enough to make people retreat 3 feet away. After he hit third uncle with his sword, the group of people in the courtyard who were watching the show all left the courtyard. They came quickly and retreated even faster. Qin didn't stop at all. He took another step forward and shouted coldly, "Who else?" He glanced at everyone who dared to show their faces. Everyone who made eye contact with him would quickly look away. They didn't dare to look at him for more than a second. Even Zhao Xinghuai and Li Hoan, who were fighting with Qin Yongyan, had retreated to the entrance of the courtyard. They guarded the entrance nervously. Third uncle couldn't even take one move from him. No one dared to stand up. Qin waited for a while. Seeing that they were all afraid, he held Yingying's hand again and said gently to her, "Let's go home." For simple words. However, it made Qin Ruoying cry again at this moment. She looked at the strange yet familiar man in front of her. A sense of security instantly filled her heart. 20 years ago, that subconscious choice, that's right. She held the sword in one hand and Ying in the other. He was going to take her home. On their way home, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. However, just as Shi's aura was at its peak, an old voice suddenly came from the sky. Yes, it came from the sky. Young man, since you're already a heavenly master, why are you so angry? I've seen a heavenly master before. His temperament was also impressive. This voice seemed to be everywhere, penetrating every nook and cranny. After hearing this voice, the people outside the courtyard were shocked. They kept turning their heads to look for the source of the voice. Hearing this, Shi couldn't help but snort angrily. He gently squeezed Ying's soft hand, then let go of her hand. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Kill the young and the old will come. Shi took another step forward and protected Ying behind him. Then, he raised his head slightly and looked in the direction of the ancestral hall. Then, Shi suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, "Since you want to fight, come out. Come at me together so that I don't waste my time." In that instant, his voice was like the roar of a lion, exploding with thunder. The people outside the courtyard were so shocked that their ears were ringing. They couldn't help but cover their ears. Some of them couldn't stand it and immediately squatted on the ground and screamed in pain. However, the Qin's family in the courtyard didn't feel anything. Qin Wanqing even found it strange. What was wrong with the people outside the courtyard? A burst of laughter suddenly sounded. The person hadn't arrived yet, but his appearance could already be heard from his voice. He was like an old and kind grandfather looking at his naughty grandson. His eyes were full of a kind and doting feeling. "Young man, you're so arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the ancestral hall. It was an old man in white training clothes. He looked old and clumsy, leaning on an elm walking stick. He slowly walked in the direction of the courtyard. Yes, he was walking. However, he was walking in the air at an altitude of 40 to 50 meters. That's great-granduncle. Zhao Xinghuai stared at the old man in a daze. After rubbing his eyes hard, he suddenly knelt down and shouted, "Greetings to great-granduncle." As soon as he said that, everyone outside the courtyard knelt on the ground and shouted, "Greetings to great-granduncle." Great-granduncle was the village's legend. No one knew exactly how old great-granduncle was, and no one knew exactly how high his seniority was. That was why even third uncle could only call him great-granduncle. Great-granduncle hadn't appeared for decades, so many people thought that he had passed away. They didn't expect to see great-granduncle again today. Shi's brows furrowed slightly. He felt very uncomfortable. Because he couldn't stand this kind of old bastard who was still unwilling to turn into dust despite the decadent feudal tradition. "I don't care what Elysium or Xian Nu you are. If you want to burn Ying to death, then you're going against me." Thinking of this, Shi couldn't help but snort angrily. Then, he picked up his sword and walked towards the old man step by step. It was as if he was playing in Mount Tai. With every step Shi took, it was as if he was stepping on a new level. However, there was nothing under his feet. He was walking in the air. He was ascending to the sky. Grand Elder Gongjing greeted the juniors outside the courtyard with a smile. When he saw Shi walking in the air from the courtyard, the kind smile on his face slowly disappeared. "Celestial being?" Great-granduncle leaned on his walking stick and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You've already become a celestial being?" Above the celestial master level was the condensing pill. Only after the condensing pill could one become a celestial being. Shi walked in the air and stood in front of great-granduncle. One was old and one was young. One was holding a sword, and the other was leaning on a walking stick. They just stood in the air. Shi acted as if he didn't hear great-granduncle's exclamation. Instead, he asked, "I only have one question. Great-granduncle took a deep look at him, then laughed and said, "Please go ahead." Chen Shi's current state had forced him to put this young man in the same position as himself. Hearing this, Chen Shi suddenly laughed. "You beat the young one, and the old one comes." Chapter 113. Frost and snow were the swords, and the swords were the array. Hundreds of frost swords were densely inserted into the ground, surrounding Qin Ruoying, who was holding the little fellow. If one looked from the sky, one would find that these swords were not randomly inserted. The position of each frost sword contained a certain truth of heaven and earth. Qin Yongyan was his father-in-law, and Qin Shueqing was his sister-in-law. These were all people closely related to Yingying, so Chen Shi conveniently included them. In this big village, Yingying seemed to have only 2 relatives left. Setting up an array required distraction. And this was actually the real purpose of great-granduncle. Would he really be so kind as to remind Chen Shi to protect his wife and child? Obviously not. Great-granduncle was just breaking Chen Shi's momentum. He grasped the lifeline and broke the momentum with one word. Even a snake should be hit where it hurts, let alone a person. In great-granduncle's eyes, Chen Shi came leisurely in the sky with a shocking sword momentum. Chen Shi's own momentum had reached the realm of perfection. Just like Shimen Shueishue on the top of the Forbidden City, one man with one sword, his momentum was natural. But Chen Shi was not Shimen Shueishue after all. He was more like Yiguqing with a fatal weakness. That was, Yingying and Nyanyan. Great-granduncle cleverly grasped Chen Shi's weakness. So he broke his momentum. Great-granduncle couldn't figure out Chen Shi's realm. But that was not important. If the winner could be decided only by the realm, then what was the point of fighting? They could just compete with whose realm was higher. A lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. If a warrior at the peak of obvious strength used the right method, he might be able to kill a warrior at peak strength. That was martial arts. In a battle between masters, the winner could be seen in an instant. So when Chen Shi was distracted to set up a defensive array for Qin Ruoying, great-granduncle took action. He suddenly grabbed his walking stick and swung it at Chen Shi. This dragon-headed walking stick was his weapon. With the support of granduncle's strength, the dragon head at the top of the crutch seemed to come alive. It was like a dormant black dragon had suddenly woken up. Wrapped in a streak of white light, it suddenly blasted toward Chen Shi with shocking power. Hibernating dragon, roaring 1,000 mountains. The clouds in the 8 directions moved, and the 4 directions surrendered. Granduncle's sneak attack was very sudden. Chen Shi had turned around to set up the formation and had not yet turned around. He struck out with his staff, aiming at the back of Chen Shi's head. It was no different from Third Uncle's previous behavior. However, he was a little smarter than Third Uncle. He knew that he had to break the momentum and cause his opponent's mind to be disturbed before he made his move. However, no matter how astute great-granduncle was, he was still wrong about one thing. That was, he had underestimated Chen Shi's strength. It was not an overestimation, but a far underestimation. The obvious strength stage could indeed kill the transforming strength stage. However, it was impossible for a golden core cultivator to kill a semi-god realm warrior. Even if he was just a semi-god realm warrior who had not recovered from a serious injury. Therefore, just as the dragon-headed walking stick was about to hit Chen Shi, a long sword suddenly appeared in front of Granduncle. Ding! The frost sword went from bottom to top. The seemingly fragile blade blocked Granduncle's dragon-headed walking stick. Because they were too close, Granduncle could even see every fine line on the frost sword. He widened his eyes. The energy in his body was surging, and his sleeves were fluttering. Just a little bit more. He would be able to break this frost sword soon. However, no matter how hard Granduncle tried, the frost sword was like a pillar holding up the sky, between him and Chen Shi. At this time, Shi had finally finished setting up the formation. With the infusion of true essence, the blade of the frost sword suddenly burst out a strong golden light. He turned to look at Grand Uncle. "Since you are tired of living, I'll send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, Grand Uncle was shocked. He suddenly realized that a huge threat was coming. Seeing this, Grand Uncle immediately withdrew his dragon-headed walking stick and then struck a pose. The dragon tail was entrenched, the dragon head was raised to the sky, and he held the walking stick in front of him with both hands. The guard technique, coiling dragon in the abyss, motionless as a mountain. And the moment he struck the pose, the tip of the sword condensed by frost and snow also stabbed toward him. A sword hidden in the air. Why did Shi use a sword? That was because the true essence he had accumulated was still too little. It could even be said that it was pitiful. He was like a professional landlord who had 10 million in cash but chose to buy a house with all of it. After that, he lived by collecting rent, and he was just a beginner. Therefore, he had to be careful with his spending. He had to be calculative even when buying groceries. He didn't look like a multi-millionaire at all. Save money, buy a house, collect rent, save money, buy another house, collect more rent. This was a qualified professional landlord. The Moonlight Sword technique was comparable to the 49 styles of heaven divination. Although it didn't have many moves and had many limitations, it had an advantage that the 49 styles of heaven divination couldn't compare to. That was, the sword technique consumed less true essence. And this was the fundamental reason why Grand Uncle could still jump in front of Shi until now. The long rainbow spirit, a sword hidden in the air. The sword light turned into a golden light and instantly blasted toward Grand Uncle. This sword was coming menacingly. Grand Uncle immediately clenched the dragon staff with both hands and roared, "Rise." His words were the law. A black coiling dragon seemed to be substantial. It transformed into a roar and was about to pounce. Entering the Tao with martial arts, comprehending the truth of heaven and earth, and integrating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Grand Uncle was actually a rare peerless master in the world to have practiced martial arts to this level. But it was a pity, the person he met today was Shi. A person who belonged to this world but also didn't belong to this world. Therefore, when the golden light hit the black dragon was immediately shaken to the point of almost falling. At the critical moment, Grand Uncle roared angrily. The primordial chi around him suddenly soared. This also made the black dragon, which should have been on the verge of falling, actually take shape again. He actually took this sword head-on. Shi looked at him with some surprise, but his hand movements didn't stop. Since he took one sword, let's take another. No. It should be 100 swords. The second move of the Moonlight Sword technique, 100 swords, no end. Shi raised his long sword and pointed at Grand Uncle from afar. A gust of cold wind that almost made people unable to open their eyes suddenly blew. In the wind and snow all over the sky, 100 frost swords condensed and took shape beside Shi one after another. Although the number wasn't as many as when he set up the array just now, each sword faintly glowed with golden light. 100 swords floated in the air as if to illuminate the whole world. The man stood in the air, without any emotion in his eyes. This was the last scene that great-granduncle would see in his life. No. Golden light bloomed. It was enough to wipe out some of the darkness in the world. After the 100 swords flew out, Shi turned around and flew back to the courtyard. He let go of the frost sword in his hand gently. The invincible divine sword turned back into the snowflakes all over the sky, sprinkling toward this small ancient village. Shi landed slowly by the side of Qin Ruoying. He reached out his hand and caressed her pretty face, which was a bit cold due to the wind and snow. He then took her hand slowly and said to her gently, "Let's go home." The initial subscriptions of this book have reached 13,000 so far. It will soon surpass The Path Toward Heaven and catch up with Mushin. Thank you, I love you. Chapter 114. The little fellow had a very, very long dream. In that dream, there were wonderful magical castles, lively and cute cartoon dolls, and colorful and brilliant magic. It was a very, very long dream. She wanted to ride the roller coaster, but Papa didn't take her. Sister Chang-yi was the best. It was Sister Chang-yi who took her to ride the roller coaster. There were many people riding the roller coaster. The little fellow had ridden it with Sister Chang-yi several times, but she still hadn't gotten tired of it. Where's Papa? The little fellow suddenly thought of Papa, so she sat on the roller coaster and looked around for Papa. Nyen nyen. Daddy is here. The little fellow looked in the direction of the voice and suddenly saw her father flying in the sky and greeting her. Papa. She immediately jumped up excitedly and threw herself into her father's arms. Daddy will take you to the sky to pick the stars, okay? Okay. She sat in her father's arms and looked at the roller coaster below her getting smaller and smaller. It flew higher and higher, but she didn't feel afraid at all. Suddenly, a white cloud floated in front of the little fellow's eyes. She pulled off a piece and held it high in her hand. She looked at her father and asked, Papa, is this a cloud? Yes, try it. Is it delicious? Hearing this, the little fellow immediately took the white cloud and took a bite. The sweet taste immediately made her smile until her eyes narrowed. Delicious. Papa, eat it. Nyen nyen is so obedient. Delicious. The father and daughter ate the cloud. Suddenly, she woke up from the dream. The light was a little dazzling. The little fellow closed her eyes tightly and moaned for a long time before she finally opened her eyes. Nyen nyen, you're awake? A woman's voice came into her ears. The little fellow sat up with the help of the woman, with a confused expression on her face. She rubbed her eyes and glanced at the woman. Then, she suddenly burst into tears with a wah. Papa. Papa, Qin Ruoying was stunned. Seeing this, Qin Shi immediately walked over from the side. He gently hugged the little fellow in his arms and kept comforting her. Daddy is here, Daddy is here. Hearing that familiar voice, the little fellow slowly stopped crying. She pouted and hugged Qin Shi tightly. It was as if he had been greatly wronged. After comforting her for a while, Qin Shi saw that she was no longer crying. He picked her up and said with a smile, Let's go. Daddy will take you to wash your face. The little fellow lay on top of Qin Shi, staring blankly at Qin Ruoying with red eyes. Qin Ruoying was also looking at her. However, the expression on Qin Ruoying's face was very sad. When she saw Qin Shi pick up the little fellow from the bed, she immediately stood up from the chair and walked to the side to make way for Qin Shi. When Qin Shi saw her sad expression, he immediately reached out and patted her arm. He smiled and comforted her. Give the child some time, okay? Qin Ruoying nodded and forcibly swallowed back the tears that had already welled up in her eyes. Qin Shi took the little fellow to the bathroom. She also wanted to follow and see how Qin Shi washed the little fellow. But as soon as she took a step, she immediately stepped back. There was the sound of running water in the bathroom. The little fellow bit the toothbrush and said something to Qin Shi in a muffled voice. All of a sudden, Qin Shi laughed. Qin Ruoying really wanted to hear what they were talking about, so after hesitating for a moment, she quietly leaned toward the bathroom. However, she was neither a cultivator nor a necromancer. She was not even a martial artist. So no matter how hard she tried, she could not hear what the little fellow was saying. The sound of running water stopped abruptly. Qin Ruoying hurriedly returned to the original place as if she had never moved. After washing up, the little fellow finally woke up. Qin Shi took her out of the bathroom and went directly to Qin Ruoying. Nyen nyen, Daddy is going to cook. Mommy will play with you, okay? Hearing this, the little fellow could not help but hesitate. She looked up at Qin Shi and then at Qin Ruoying. After serious consideration, she nodded gently and said very obediently, okay. Good girl. Go, let mommy watch cartoons with you. With that, Chin-shi pinched her little face and then handed her hand to Qin Ruoying. Qin Ruoying seemed to have not recovered yet. Seeing this, Chin-shi smiled gently and said, Inying, watch cartoons with her for a while. After that, Chin-shi held the little fellow in one hand and Qin Ruoying in the other. After putting the mother and daughter's hands together, he said with a smile, Daddy is going to cook. I'll call you when it's ready. The first sentence was said to the little fellow, but the second sentence was said to Qin Ruoying. After that, Chin-shi winked at Qin Ruoying. Everything was understood without words. The mother and daughter watched Chin-shi walk out of the west wing. After he gently closed the door, Qin Ruoying, like a puppet with a spring wound, asked the little fellow tentatively, Nyen. Mommy, can I hold you? The little fellow nodded, raised her little hand and said sweetly, Mommy, hold me. Hearing this, Qin Ruoying suddenly looked a little excited. She quickly squatted down and gently took the little fellow into her arms. Then she held the little fellow's butt and picked her up. It was different from the excitement of reunion. At this moment, Qin Ruoying's heart was only filled with joy. Joy from the bottom of her heart. She was so happy that she couldn't help crying. Nyen, what cartoon do you want to watch? Mommy will find it for you. It seemed that she didn't want the child to see her crying. So after Qin Ruoying put the little fellow on the bed, she immediately turned around to look for the remote control. Chapter 115. The courtyard of the Qin family suddenly became lively. There were not many dishes at home, so Chin-shi went to the supermarket first, and then went straight to the kitchen with bags of food. In this family, only he and Nyen were outsiders. It was also because of these two outsiders that the atmosphere in the house became a little strange. Qin Ruoying and the little fellow were watching cartoons in the west wing, Qin Shueching was making a phone call in the east wing, and Qin Yongyan was alone in the study next to the main room, doing something unknown. There were more people at home, so the dinner naturally had to be more sumptuous. So when Chin-shi returned to the kitchen, he started 3 stoves at the same time. He washed and prepared the vegetables, shredded and peeled them, and cooked the soup and stir-fried the vegetables. He was very busy. After all, he did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, so he simply used the sword controlling technique and the fire controlling technique, preparing to cook this family banquet with the means of immortal cultivators. Yes, family banquet. Chin-shi was brought up by his grandfather since he was a child. Unfortunately, his grandfather died early, so he had no relatives in this world for a long time. When he was in college, he finally had a lover. It also made him understand what it meant to care. Now, his lover became his family. Therefore, her family had become his family. He had a family. It was a kind of relationship that was not related by blood but was comparable to blood. A person who had no family suddenly had a family. So he cherished it more than anyone else. Spiced goose platter, stewed bird's nest with rock sugar, small bowl of golden hook fin, steamed lobster, braised eel, dragon tongue, abalone with snail meat, liaoning ginseng with sauce, steamed crab, steamed eastern star spot, caterpillar fungus stewed with flour glue, 10 dishes, all of which were main dishes. Inying liked to drink vegetable soup, so Chin-shi specially made a nourishing vegetable soup for her in winter. Chin-shi scooped up a spoonful with an iron spoon and tasted it. Well, it tasted good. As for the little fellow, she was not picky. As long as it was made by her father, she liked to eat it, so it was easier to clean up. Because he didn't know what his father-in-law and sister-in-law liked, Chin-shi couldn't cook a dish for them for the time being. Because it was winter, before 6 o'clock in the evening, the sky of Shangjing was completely covered by the curtain of night. Tens of thousands of lanterns lit up the sky without night, 10 li of beautiful gauze filled with fragrance. The lights in the Qin family's courtyard were also turned on. There were many dishes today, so they could only eat in the main hall. After placing the bowls and chopsticks in order, Chin-shi shouted towards the door, the food is ready. Come and eat first. The little girl heard her father's shouts. Therefore, she immediately jumped out of Qin Ruoying's arms and stood on the bed, jumping up and down as she said smugly, "Mama. It's time to eat, I'm hungry. I want to eat." "Okay, let's go. Mommy will take you to eat." Qin Ruoying carried the little fellow out of the west wing. When he arrived at the main hall, he was immediately shocked by the sumptuous dinner in front of him. "You did it?" She put down the little fellow, then pointed at the big meal in front of her, and couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Qin Shi used to cook, but he only knew how to cook a few simple home-cooked dishes. He didn't even think about complicated dishes. Take the table in front of her as an example. Even if Qin Shi told her that he bought it outside, she would probably believe him immediately. "How is it? Is my cooking okay? You've improved." Qin Ruoying quietly glanced at the little fellow. Seeing that she was only focused on the dishes on the table, she quickly kissed Qin Shi on the face. Being rewarded by his wife, Qin Shi immediately smiled proudly. He didn't put in so much effort in vain. It was okay. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the tacit understanding between them had become even closer. The two of them stood in front of the main hall and waited for a while. Seeing that the little fellow was a little impatient, they made a move almost at the same time. Without any prior discussion. Qin Ruoying pointed to the study on the right, and Qin Shi pointed to the east wing on the left. Seeing this, Qin Ruoying immediately smiled and said, "Telepathy." Qin Shi said, "Telepathy." After that, both of them couldn't help laughing. Qin Ruoying turned and walked to the study. "I'll call Dad first." After she left, Qin Shi touched the little fellow's head and said, "Nian Nian, good girl. Don't steal food. Dad will call Auntie to eat. We'll eat when Grandpa and Auntie arrive." "Okay. I won't steal food." The little fellow nodded heavily while chewing the spiced goose. "Naughty." Qin Shi gently pinched her little face, which was bulging like a hamster, and walked out of the main hall with a smile. The light in the east wing was on. Qin Shueching had been hiding in the room since she came home. No one knew what she was doing. Qin Shi knocked on the door, but she didn't respond. He couldn't just barge into his sister-in-law's room. Therefore, Qin Shi waited outside for a while and shouted outside the door, "It's time to eat." He didn't call her that. Because he really hadn't thought about how to call his sister-in-law. If he called her by her full name, it would seem too distant. If he called her by her name, with his current relationship with his sister-in-law, he was afraid that he would be slapped in the face. Therefore, Qin Shi thought about it and simply didn't even call her by her name. After waiting for a while, the door opened. Qin Shueching walked out of the east wing and stood in front of Qin Shi.